Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel and today we're going to continue with our playthrough of The Witness. Now we finished the game, that is the main task as it were in the game a few streams ago, but we've been going through looking at various things that I missed and goodness me there's a lot of it. We've been doing a lot of staring into this prophetic lake that seems to reveal to us the location of various puzzles and other curios that, well, it reveals the ones that I have seen before and the ones that I have not. And, well, that's what we've been doing this last 2 streams, I think. So we'll be doing some more of that today. So, just thinking where we should start, there are 2 obvious places we could start. One would be to continue trying to collect all of the audio logs, which is probably what I'm most tempted to do. There were quite a handful left, but less than we have already found, I think. Well, certainly less than we found in the entire game. But I think there's fewer left to find than we found during last stream, for example, on Saturday. So that's a very achievable goal. The other thing was that we had discovered another one of those, what I suspect are called bunkers, which is the locations where we find the solutions to the hexagonal grid puzzles, which we use in the theatre to watch the videos. We have already collected 4 of those solutions, and I've watched 4 of the videos. There's 2 more to go. The main problem with that idea is that I really struggled with that puzzle when I looked at it last stream. So, I think perhaps the best plan is that we go back there, even though my intention isn't necessarily to solve it immediately, but have a look, see if I can think of anything I didn't think of last time, refamiliarise myself with it, and then if after say 5 minutes I haven't made any breakthroughs, then we'll head back here and we'll go after the rest of the audio logs. I think that sounds like a plan. Right, do I remember the way? I believe to get to the wreck, where the bunker was, we need to go through the castle. I do remember last time some of the members of chat pointing out to me that apparently the puzzle I'm on is considered to be one of the hardest in the entire game. As in, I think it was the hardest or the second hardest. I've forgotten which. But yeah. So at the very least, it's not just me. Almost there. So this is an audio puzzle. We have to listen out. At least I assume it is. It's of the exact form that the previous audio puzzles were. So. So these dots represent pitches. At least they have in every other instance where we've encountered them. These hexagons, I should say. I can only imagine that as I thought last time, that the pitches refer to the pitch of the droplets we're hearing. I wonder if there's another way I could solve this. Because there's only so many valid ways that we could even what am I trying to say? There's only so many valid ways we could even complete the puzzle in terms of meeting all the other requirements. So basic requirements for all puzzles is that your source ends up meeting up with an endpoint, like so. But also that with the hexagons you have to travel over all of them. You can leave none of them none of them can be left without a path having been drawn over them, like so. Interestingly, this particular puzzle also has a symmetry aspect. When I start drawing a beam down here, a reflection of that beam is created up here. So I can travel this way, for example, with impunity. But if I can do so again here. But if I go to the middle, we get stuck. That's not me that's not me stopping the mouse at that point. I physically can't go any further because I'm meeting an invisible duplicate of the beam that I've produced. So when I say all of the hexagons have to be covered, that doesn't include, or rather, that includes the hexagons up here, but they may be covered by the invisible duplicate beam. But yeah, so those are the two main requirements, that source has to reach an endpoint, and yes, it's possible that could also be a valid way of doing it. It doesn't necessarily follow that we have to match the bottom source to the bottom endpoint. And also we need to cover up all the hexagons. So up till now I've been trying to solve it as an audio puzzle by assuming that the size of the hexagons referred to the pitch I was listening to, and that there were 3 colours because there must be 3 sets. 3 sets of sounds I'm supposed to be listening out for. But I am now wondering whether it would be easier or not to try and deduce all possible solutions to this that fits all other requirements and then just try them. I mean, normally I would think that's a very difficult problem, but since I don't really know what I'm supposed to be listening out for definite, unless of course it's a bit of a red herring and this one isn't an audio puzzle. And since I tend to have difficulty with the audio puzzles anyway, I'm wondering if I'm not better off taking a different approach. Alright, we'll spend a few more minutes here before we head off looking for audio logs. I'll tell you what. Previously I'd assumed the drips were the pitches I was supposed to be listening to, and they must come in 3 groups. 1 group of 3 and 2 groups of 2. But that would actually seem a bit odd. In so much as, how would I know which group is which? How would I know where the delineation was? Because certainly the rhythm of the drips doesn't seem to follow one group of 3 and 2 groups of 2, so far as I can hear. It seems more likely that I'd be listening out for some sounds that are entirely distinct. But then how would I match them to a colour? How would I know this one is supposed to be magenta? I mean, I can't help but notice there's some funny old sounds that play when I'm down there. The loud droning noises that sound like they've been produced by a synthesizer, those ones. Problem with them is they don't have distinct notes though. When we first encountered the audio puzzles, we were dealing with bird calls where they were the bird song was staccato. There was distinct notes. That's not the case with those droning synths. Well, if I was going to take a different approach to this, I suppose I'd have to start by trying to reason something about the possibility space. Interesting that this is the only hexagon that lies on a edge as opposed to a vertex. It means that we have to either travel from here to here or here to here. There's no alternative. These points may as well be the same. The sort of symmetry you get here is a very strange one. Forgive me for being so foolish. I still don't understand how these puzzles work, even if I've watched you doing them for so many times. Well, besides the explanation I just gave, it's a bit difficult to I mean, I could go over the same things again, but because this is a puzzle towards the very end of the game, it's obviously very complex. They've built up layers upon layers, so it's hard to, in very few words, succinctly explain it. Oh, hello, Alexa Hart. Oh, sorry, Alexa Hart. I apologise. Hello, Alexa Hart. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope you're well. How am I doing? I'm doing quite well, thank you. Or did you mean in the game? So Jenny, the very basics are that I need to... This is a source. I need to create a beam that matches a source to an endpoint. The beam is not allowed to go back on itself. That's just not allowed. When I create a beam here, it also creates a beam up here and vice versa. So for example, the beam can't travel up here because it keeps hitting its duplicate. I need to go over all of these hexagons, either with this beam or the duplicate beam. I cannot leave any of them untouched. At least that's my understanding. And notionally, this being an audio puzzle, the size of the hexagons represent pitches, and I'm supposed to be able to work out which progression of pitches corresponds to which colour, and therefore I can input a solution based on that. Hello Terminus, it's lovely to see you. Yeah, I still have no ideas for that one. But at the very least, I've refreshed my memory of it. We can come back to that later. I'll probably carry on looking for audio logs for now. Where do I go from here? Over here. Right, back to the scavenger hunt. What is the game's story about? See, that's a very, very good question. Because we've been playing this game for quite a while now. I've even finished what is notionally the main task in the game, which relates to this mountain. And I've come back to try and find all the things that I missed. And the story, if there is one, still seems a bit... it still seems to escape us. There's not a lot of explanation given. There's been a lot of... information dumps of various sorts, mostly audio logs and the videos we discovered in the last stream on Saturday. But it doesn't directly address the game world. So I feel like a very big part of this game is trying to figure out what the underlying meaning is, if there is one at all. I realise that may not have been the most satisfying answer, but it is at least a truthful one, as I understand things right now. Right, so interesting thing about this lake is that this lake actually represents the island itself. In fact, I can show you that. Trying to think, where's the nearest boat? Because all the boats have maps on them. I think the nearest boat's through here, and not actually that far away. I play quite a range of games. Most recently, I've played several puzzle games. I did the Talos Principle, the Return of the Obra Dinn, and now this, the Witness. But I have played quite a lot of different games on this channel. Trying to think what I was doing before that. I think before that may have been Metal Gear Rising, which is an action game. What else have I done? I've done Fable, I've done the Monkey Island series. I did most of the games in the Monkey Island series, not all of them though. That's an adventure game if you're not familiar. I have done... What else have I done? The Myst series, which is a very good... Well, several of the games in the Myst series are very, very good puzzle games. I've done RimWorld. I did a RimWorld stream that ended in a total colony wipe. After I've done this game, I'm planning on doing a game that I've never played before, quite an old game called Knights of the Old Republic, which is in the Star Wars universe, supposed to be a very good RPG. So yeah, that's the next game in the on the list. Anyway, this is a map of the island, and you may notice, if you look at, for example, the major shapes, like this bay here, that actually maps up to the shape of the lake we were just at. The lake itself is a slightly rotated and smaller copy of the island itself. And that's, like for example, you can see this bit here with the little peninsula sticking out, and this bay, that's over here. But of course whatever's land here is going to be water in the lake, and vice versa. That's because the lake actually acts as a hint. The various objects in the lake represent various objects in the world, such as puzzles and audio logs, among other things, and their state, which varies from object to object, will change once the player's discovered them. And so quite a lot of what I'll be doing this stream is going to the lake, finding the location of an object, like this one. This is an audio log I haven't discovered yet. These opened lilies, these are all audio logs I have discovered. Flowers on the lily pads. So I'll be looking at the location on the lake, figuring out where that is in the world, and then going to it. Oh, thank you very much, Alexa. I appreciate that. Yes, so this is obviously over by the wreck. That's where we just were. What does that make there? This is obviously stuff I've already got, but this must be over by the tree houses. That was the last thing we did. Does that make sense? Yes, I think that does make sense. Yes, that makes sense. So this little puddle here, which is separate, that's because some of the trees are on their own little island. So we're further round than that even. I think this would be on the coast. You can see how it sticks out, so we're looking for a sort of promontory that sticks out from the island. That's going to be near, but I think past, the bamboo forest. And let me think about my cardinal directions. That corresponds to... no. I think this direction corresponds to south in the... that is, as I said, the lake's slightly rotated. This direction would be south for the lake itself. If that makes sense. So that is to say, this part of the lake is the southernmost part of the island. So that means it's the northern shore of this little promontory that we're going to, just past the bamboo forest. Alright, let's head there. Yeah, you can ask me a question if you like. I have not, and at present I don't require such services. I don't think the part we were looking at was part of the colourful swamp. If it were, it would have put the audio log somewhere about here, but I think it was probably further around the island than that. Ooh. I'll tell you where it very well could have been. It could have been in the end area. About here. I reckon that's actually quite likely. or up here. Can I get a follow back so I can show you my work? Well, I mean, I don't mind following your Twitter if that's what you're asking. But that won't be till after the stream. Okie doke, I'll try to remember that. Right, let's make our way down. I could be wrong about the location, but I think this is quite likely looking at the map. I made a hand-drawn copy of the map in my physical notes, so that's what I'm looking at. Oh, sorry Jenny, I'm only now reading your comment about going off to work. If you're still here, then I hope you have a wonderful shift. Well, I mean, I hope you have a wonderful shift either way, but if you're still here, then I'm letting you know. Yep, the elevator is quite slow. Thing is, I don't think they would have put an audio log actually in the water. Let me think, it was the northern edge, wasn't it? Somewhere like this is a likely space it could have ended up. See you later then, Jenny. See, I think this cave is almost certainly the area we saw sticking out. But I must admit, I'm not seeing an audio log. What's that? Just reflected light, I think. Can this be activated? No. They're just lights. See, over there's the sort of place I'd have expected it to be. Those are very interesting shaped pieces. Oh, those are the pieces of the various parts of the puzzles we complete. You can see that that's one of the shaped pieces that vaguely resemble Tetris pieces. That's a try point and so on. I wonder if this is supposed to be a representation of the game's lead designer by any chance. Of course, one thing the lake doesn't tell us is elevation information. as I've mentioned a few times before. So the audio log could be right above us, and I wouldn't know. I'm reasonably convinced for now that it isn't here. So we can head back. I suppose I should probably keep checking the northern edge as I go back though. Because it could be that I had... Why is there somewhere there? That's peculiar. Yes, this is definitely not a place we've ever been before. I might be able to solve it from over here. It doesn't look like an especially difficult one. But the game doesn't want to let me activate it through a window. So one interesting thing about this game, for those that don't know, is that you can activate objects normally from as far away as you can see them. You aren't limited to an arm's reach or anything like that. So although it may seem counterintuitive, it is actually very strange that I can't activate this puzzle from over here. It must be because there's glass in the way, which isn't something we've ever encountered before, I don't think. No, we might have done, because some of the puzzles involved coloured glass. Perhaps I just never tried completing a puzzle through coloured glass before? That is very strange. I'll have to remember that, and we'll probably come back here at some point. The thing is, it's entirely plausible that that's where the missing audio log is. Oh, that's good information. So the northern shore would correspond to the yellow side here and the source side here. So that's worth bearing in mind when we're travelling back up. Part of me really doesn't want to leave this, but... because it's so intriguing. But at the same time, I just don't have a way... through that. Aha! That's the missing audio log. We found it.
Looked at on the astronomical timescale, humanity is at the very beginning of its existence. A newborn babe, with all the unexplored potentialities of babyhood. And until the last few moments, its interest has been centered absolutely and exclusively on its cradle and feeding bottle. It has just become conscious of the vast world existing outside itself and its cradle. It is learning to focus its eyes on distant objects, and its awakening brain is beginning to wonder, in a vague, dreamy way, what they are and what purpose they serve. Its interest in this external world is not much developed yet, so that the main part of its faculties is still engrossed with the cradle and feeding bottle, but a little corner of its brain is beginning to wonder. James Jeans, 1928.
So I'm not sure if you're still here, Alexa, but that's what I mean by the fact that the story still isn't clear. That's the sort of information we keep stumbling across, quotes from the real world about various philosophical topics, which, you know, doesn't in any way, or doesn't directly explain who built this place, Why is it here? Where are we? I may be overanalyzing slightly because of what video games are like, but I also find it very strange that this island we're on seems to have no other people. We seem to be the only person here. The weather is always exactly the same. It's a perfect day. We've seen no evidence of a day-night cycle. And I mean, look at the ocean. I have never once in my life ever seen an ocean this calm. So yeah, quite a lot of open questions, not a lot of answers forthcoming. As for this door, I do want to explore it, but I don't have a means to do so at present. So, for now, we may as well head back up. I should probably make a note about that though, in my physical notes, so I don't forget. Mystery door behind glass in interesting in area near the Wonkavator. So that's actually the north side that would have been where we would have been searching if we hadn't just found the wrong way, if we hadn't just found the audio log anyway. Good thing I stumbled across it. The only reason I was still in that room was because I didn't want to walk away from that mysterious door so easily. So really, it's just a bit of luck that I found it. Anyway, we should head back to the lake. Although there is one thing I want to do first. Because I realised something. Here, obviously, we have this puzzle, which we never found out the function of. But I realise now that this is actually an environmental puzzle. So yeah, very, very strange things going on this island. Not a lot of answers. Still, that's progress. Yeah, the connection between that puzzle and the river there is the fact that they're obviously the exact same shape. One looks like a drawing of the other. But it's only recently I discovered that I could actually interact with parts of the world as though they were puzzles. Anyway, as I say, we need to go back to the lake and figure out where the remaining audio logs are. Was that not the one? Oh, I must have found one that was over there. Probably that one. In which case, I was wrong about the location. Let me go back to my map. Okay, if we weren't that far around, where were we? So I am 99% certain that that is the... No, in fact, I'm 100% certain that's the tree houses. Oh, is there still one over there that I missed? Okay, that's probably the next one to pursue then. That's interesting. So that's going to be at the very, very extremity of the... of the island with the tree houses. I think that's actually in the swamp. I reckon that's my mistake. That's part of the swamp, I think. Still northern shore. Yes. Alright, that's 2 audio logs to pursue. I might know exactly where those are. Enjoy your hunt. Oh, thank you. Where am I going? I suppose, because I need a boat, I should probably try the swamp one first. Hold on. Northern edge. I think it would be that side. That's north, isn't it? Yes, it's probably that side. Wait, that's wrong. That's what we want. Oh, I did it wrong. Oh, yeah. I have to do something like this, don't I? There we go. I was a bit dubious about hunting down the audio logs to begin with, but I have to admit, I think it is actually a good mechanic. Both because it's actually, I think it's an easier problem to solve than most of the late game puzzles, so that makes it a bit of a respite in that way, but also because it tends to force you to look around your surroundings in much more detail than you might otherwise. There's been more than a few things, I think, that we've stumbled across only because I was looking for audio logs. Although I think they probably would have been better off signposting the importance of the lake more than they did. I'm just trying to think about my orientation here. Like, obviously the tree houses are over there. But where exactly am I? Because I was expecting to see a bit of land that juts out. Could that be this? I don't think so. Hold on. This is supposed to form a bay around here. Yeah, I reckon this is the bit that was sticking out actually. I think that seems counterintuitive just because of the amount of platforms in the middle. Because you don't feel like you're on a bit of land that's really jutting out when you're standing here, because there's so much traversable terrain right next to you. But of course the platforms don't show up in the lake. So yes, I think this probably is the part that's jutting out. Was this the one where the audio log was right at the very, very end? No, that was the treehouse, wasn't it? So it's probably along this edge somewhere. I will cast a slightly wider net though, just in case. This looks promising. But no luck. Ooh. Ahaha.
We have two kinds of knowledge which I call symbolic and intimate. I do not know whether it would be correct to say that reasoning is only applicable to symbolic knowledge, but the more customary forms of reasoning have been developed for symbolic knowledge only. The intimate knowledge will not submit to codification and analysis, or rather, when we attempt to analyze it, the intimacy is lost and replaced by symbolism. For an illustration, let us consider humor. I suppose that humor can be analyzed to some extent and the essential ingredients of the different kinds of wit classified. Suppose that we are offered an alleged joke. We subject it to scientific analysis as we would a chemical salt of doubtful nature, and perhaps after careful consideration, we are able to confirm that it really and truly is a joke. Logically, suppose, our next procedure would be to laugh. But it may certainly be predicted that as the result of this scrutiny, we shall have lost all inclination we ever had to laugh at it. It simply does not do to expose the workings of a joke. The classification concerns a symbolic knowledge of humor, which preserves all the characteristics of a joke except its laughableness. The real appreciation must come spontaneously, not introspectively. I think this is a not unfair analogy for our mystical feeling for nature, and I would venture even to apply it to our mystical experience of God. There are some to whom the sense of a divine presence irradiating the soul is one of the most obvious things of experience. In their view, a man without this sense is to be regarded as we regard a man without a sense of humor. The absence is a kind of mental deficiency. We may try to analyze the experience as we analyze humor and construct a theology, or it may be an atheistic philosophy. Let us not forget that the theology is symbolic knowledge, whereas the experience is intimate knowledge. And as laughter cannot be compelled by the scientific exposition of the structure of a joke, so a philosophic discussion of the attributes of God, or an impersonal substitute, is likely to miss the intimate response of the spirit, which is the central point of the religious experience. Arthur Eddington, 1927.
Another interesting little quote there. Shame there's not a straightforward way to replay all of these. Other than going to them, I mean. It would be interesting to, I think, listen to them all after one after another once we found them. But other than going to each of them individually, I don't think we could do that. And I certainly haven't been writing them down. I like that one, mostly because I do enjoy overanalyzing things. I appreciate humour more because of the analysis sometimes. Doesn't really work well in the moment. I can appreciate that. Ooh. But this one's been found, hasn't it? Yes, let's see what it has to say. Yes, it has. Oh, okay. I thought so. It's also not quite in the position I was expecting it to be in. It's funny how you can look at a map and you can feel as though you know exactly what the topography is, and then when you're actually standing there in person or in game, it's not always as easy as you think. So let's see, we're here now approximately, so we need to travel not very far around. If we were looking towards the island, although calling it an island is a bit dubious, it's more like a swamp at best. Is that what a mangrove swamp is like? I made that up. Yeah, if we're looking in, then it's going to be to our left, which is instinctively what I expected. But we can't go very far in that direction without also being pulled deeper in. That is to go more inland, if you will. Oh no, actually we must be about here, thinking about it. So there is a fair way around. It's pretty close, although I don't have personal experience with mangroves. It's definitely inspiration though. I really feel like somewhere over here would be the most logical place for it to be, based on that which we saw in the lake. I feel like we should be right on top of it now. And it hasn't escaped my attention that a particularly bloody-minded developer could of course have put the audio log on top of a mangrove root. But I'm not seeing one there. It could be above us, it's just the only reason I think that's unlikely is if you look at the position of the treehouse, it's quite a bit further inland, as it were. Like I say, this really isn't land, but I don't know how elsewise to describe it. Actually, if that's the promontory next to the swamp, then I have gone too far round. it would be more in this direction. It's just like I say, there just isn't a bridge that takes us out far enough. You'd kind of expect it to be over here, I think. Could be behind one of these poles. These poles are in fact, this whole wood here is in incredibly good condition when you think that it's in water. It looks like it was only built yesterday. I'd anticipate much worse staining and just general dilapidation. Perhaps we will go up a little bit. Not so much that this is where I would have predicted it to be, but obviously, as we've said before, sometimes my perception of where things should be based on the lake isn't entirely accurate. Hello Charcoal Dragon, it's lovely to see you. I think you've missed a single audio log, that's all. At the very beginning of the stream, I went back to the puzzle in the wreck. The door that I couldn't get through with the audio puzzle, and again, I couldn't get through it. So I've gone back and I've started... Oh no, more than one audio log. I've started collecting audio logs. I think 2 audio logs you've missed. One audio log was over there and one audio log was in the mountain. Although I've now realised that there are a lot more audio logs in or about the mountain which I haven't found. Oh, I also found a mysterious door in the mountain. If you go down all the way to the bottom, where you get to the puzzle, the area you get to when you ride the lift all the way to the bottom, and then you're presented with the symmetry puzzle where you have like the little shape puzzles and then you solve them, and then those end up being parts of the bigger puzzle. That one, there's a glass wall all around it, and through one of those I saw a door with a puzzle panel on it. But I couldn't find a way through. That was very strange. Oh, I do apologise. Were you not here on Saturday? Then yes, I'm afraid you've missed rather more. Mostly just audio logs. But no doubt the odd other thing. Most of what I did on Saturday was collecting audio logs though. For the last few streams my procedure's been go to the lake, find something I haven't found yet, locate it, rinse and repeat. For example, I know that there is an audio log I haven't found somewhere about here. I'll tell you what I might do. I know there's an audio log that I obviously found before here. Let's go back to the lake and see if I can see where that one would be. What's going to be the fastest way back to the lake? Probably this way. And if I can see where that one is, then I can try to narrow down where the other one is a bit more. Ooh. I'm not sure we've gone that way before, I don't remember. Sailing the boat through the wreck, if you'd call this sailing, even though there are no sails. Ride the boat just sounds wrong, as does drive the boat. Oh, wonderful. Thank you for that, Ooze. Oh, I've just... well, Ooze has filled you in. The only other major thing I've discovered, I think, is the environmental puzzles, of which I've done a few. Yeah, +4. Right, where were we? I wanted to go back to that lake and try and narrow down the position of the log I haven't found. Right, that must be the one that I have found. Unfortunately, this just confirms what I already thought. That the missing audio log must be at the other extremity, really quite close to where the boat docks. Like, I think the boat docks somewhere around over here. So the log should be... we should have seen it. Let's see, if I'm here, then I would travel this way, all the way along here. Then isn't it along here to about where the boat docks? And then it'd be over here. Okay. And it's important to note that the positioning of the treehouse is more around here. So I don't think elevation is likely to be the problem, because there's nowhere above or below us that we can go. So yeah. Fancy indeed. So yeah. I think we head back and have another look. Off we go. I'll tell you another thing a particularly bloody-minded developer could have done. They could have deliberately put the audio log in such a position that you can only reach it if you're going past on the boat. I think I might actually go past it on the boat, if not only so that I can lay eyes on exactly where that point would be. Like, I know intellectually it must be over there. Slowly. Yeah, it'd be over there, wouldn't it? I want to come up with animal names for the speeds. It's not on that rock, is it? Oh my goodness.
Lustily, I dipped my oars into the silent lake, and as I rose upon the stroke, my boat went heaving through the water like a swan. When, from behind that craggy steep, till then the horizon's bound, a huge peak, black and huge, as if with voluntary power instinct, upreared its head. I struck and struck again, and growing still in stature, the grim shape towered up between me and the stars. But after I had seen that spectacle, for many days my brain worked with a dim and undetermined sense of unknown modes of being. Or my thoughts, there hung a darkness. Call it solitude or blank desertion. William Wordsworth, 1888.
Interesting. Sloth, snail, horse, rabbit, cheetah. Do you mean in that order? Because I'm pretty certain a horse is considerably faster than a rabbit. And I expect a sloth is probably faster than a snail. Or sloth, sorry, that should be sloth, shouldn't it? In the water. I mean, none of those seem particularly fast in the water. You have a point. Well, there are sea snails, aren't there? Pretty sure there are. So, obviously they wouldn't be particularly fast, but they could survive. Horses, rabbits and cheetahs can all swim, I have no doubt. It's only the sloth that wouldn't be able, that there's a danger wouldn't be able to swim at all, I'd suggest. A bloody-minded developer was here, apparently, indeed. No, I think horses can swim. I think horses are probably... In fact, I know horses can swim. They're not particularly bad swimmers, I don't think. I mean, obviously not like a fish, but... Ooh, that's interesting. All I'm saying is that when you said those speculations about the developer, I definitely snickered. Where would that one be? That one looks like it's going to be in a different location to these ones, to state the obvious. It's really close to one of the lasers. Which laser's that? Because we're further round than the swamp. Could that be the laser that was at the top of the building which had all the colour-based puzzles in? Although that would make more sense for that. What lasers did we have between there and between those 2 points though? So this is a swamp. Hold on. There's no laser here for the swamp. I reckon that is a swamp laser. Because this is just one of the promontories that sticks out into the sea. That doesn't mean that this entire... this is the entirety of the swamp. In fact, most of the swamp of many colours is on this point. Because of course, this is where the water is, this is where the platforms are. So that must be the... that must be where the laser is, logically. And we're looking almost exactly due south, according to the lake's directions. Which is to say that isn't south, but that is south according to the lake, if that makes sense. So it's mostly east, slightly north. I reckon that's probably right. The swamp is very large. I kind of want a turtle in there. Turtles are good swimmers. They probably wouldn't actually be that slow. Right, so we're expecting the laser to be on, broadly speaking, this side. I must admit, I've forgotten where the laser was. There. That does figure. Right, I was thinking replace the seahorse with the turtle, but that's just my preference. Oh, sorry, yeah, we've got a second list. Sea urchin, sea snail, stingray, seahorse, dolphin. You know, I have no idea whether a seahorse or a stingray would be faster. Where am I trying to go? Lasers there. I think it probably was actually quite close to the laser. Topologically speaking. Yeah, it's probably somewhere about this platform, I would guess. Where was it? It was mostly to the north and slightly to the east. Now I'm thinking about the cardinal directions according to the island itself. Something like that's going to be south, isn't it? No. Where am I? I'm roughly there. So if I were to look towards that side, that's roughly north. So it is roughly south of me, and it'd be slightly to the east. So it'd be in this sort of direction. Again, lack of elevation information. Slight problem. I do like having sea urchin as a stationary one, because that actually makes sense. Not many animals that are... Oh, they can move a little bit, can't they? They're not absolutely fixed in place, but I imagine they spend most of their life fixed in place. Yes, now I think about it, I'm pretty sure I've seen documentary footage where they've sped up films of sea urchins and you see them racing along the ocean floor. And so although they're very slow moving, they do actually get about a surprising amount. Barnacles would also be great. Oh wait, is this not solved? Oh, I remember how this worked. I'd have to do the whole puzzle from the start again, which honestly I'd rather just walk. Well, there aren't any teleportation on command animals. Need some quantum friends. I mean like Abra from Pokemon. I missed the turning, didn't I? There we go. Should have taken that left turn at Albuquerque. Still no luck. They wouldn't put it on an I-beam going out into the water, would they? Of course not. I remember reading the lore for Abra a while back. I've forgotten if it was from the Pokédex of a very old Pokemon game or if it was from the bottom of a Pokemon card, because I certainly used to have little snippets of lore on Pokemon cards. I don't know if they still do. And I remember reading that apparently they involuntary teleport about in their sleep, and then they're just bewildered when they wake up because they have no idea where they are. Hello Pengy, it's lovely to see you. How's it going? So? Just carrying on the old scavenger hunt for audio logs. I know that there's an audio log close to where I am now, but as always I don't know exactly where it is. Supposedly they sleep 18 hours a day too. Or was it 22? It was absurdly high. Is that the only one in the mountain region? Oh, if you're talking about the mountain, then absolutely not. I checked, or I realised which part of the lake corresponds to the mountain, and my goodness, is there a lot of audio logs to be found there. That's the densest region of audio logs still to go. This particular audio log, I believe, is associated with the swamp, but it's going to be on the southernmost part of the swamp. I know it's supposed to be north of the laser, so I must be too far along now. But I believe it should be on a piece of land which is on this side of the swamp, not the not the other shore. That's actually a good point. There really aren't many. Since it was in the water in the lake, that means it must be on the land in reality, and there is very little land this side of the laser. Gonna be honest, my notes on this audio log aren't the greatest. I don't know exactly where it is. To be honest, I'd go so far as to say that I find this slightly confusing. Because I know the audio log and the laser were quite close, but I don't feel like they were... Let's get the angle here. I don't feel like they were that close. That feels like they would practically be on top of each other. But at the same time, it certainly wasn't in the water. That is to say, the audio log, that the lily pad that represented the audio log was in the lake, so it must have been on land. So yeah, this is a bit weird. Have no clue about that one. Yeah, neither do I, which is a problem. I suppose it could be round this way. I know the audio log was supposed to be right on the shore. What about over there? I feel like I would have looked over here already, but... Gotta admit, this is a good candidate. That would put me... But this is the wrong direction, isn't it? I need to be north, not south. Pretty sure. Oh, do I remember? I remember it was northeast, but was it mostly north and a little bit east, or was it mostly east and a little bit north? Because it makes a big difference. If it was mostly north, but a little bit east, then perhaps I should actually be looking over here. That would make sense. Although again, it wouldn't be all the way over here. I don't think. Now that I've actually walked this area a little bit, maybe I should go back to the lake and check my assumptions again. Lovely to see you, Pengy, if I haven't said so already. Yeah, it's right there. It's right up against the land according to the lake, which means it'd be right up against the water on foot. Right, which way's south? South's going to be approximately this way. So it's only a little bit north, mostly east. Right up against the edge. Let me look at this from a different angle. Right, looking this way. So, hold on. I remember figuring out this is approximately north. So if I get lined up here, that's interesting. So that should be... We talked about a bit about the promontory of the swamp that sticks out, and from one side you can see the tree houses, from the other side you can see the platforms that make up the swamp puzzles. We're very much on the other side here. We're on the mountain side, but we're actually close to where that bit of water turns around and ultimately ends up heading south. That is, if we follow the contours. It comes around here and then it turns around and ends up heading, broadly speaking, south. I gotta go. Have a wonderful day. Sorry to hear that. I hope you have a wonderful day too. You will be missed. Right, so I think I've got a much clearer idea in my head as to where it's supposed to be. I'll drop over to the kitchen to fix some dinner, so you'll end up on TV for a while. Goodness me. That was the wrong way. Having anything interesting for dinner, if you don't mind my asking? Over here would make the most sense. This is about where I think the audio log should be. Because it's before it turns around. Making some pizza. Just got one of those stone plates to put in the oven. Ooh, very fancy. Although in a way that seems a bit counterintuitive for a stone plate to be fancy, but it's intended to make the bottom crisper, since it won't cool down as much when putting the oven on it. So preheat it. Interesting. Hope it turns out well. I'll tell you one thing that's interesting. I'm fairly certain this is contrary to the lake, but these two areas actually end up, the land I mean, really, really close to each other. Because this bit of land sticks out that way, and the bit of land which appears on the map as a promontory actually carries on round here. They almost join up. I mean, imagine trying to bring a ship in here. You would not have many options. It would have to be a smaller ship, and you'd have to come in this way. There's no other way you could do it. That's significant in so much as it makes it oh, this is promising. This is significant in so much as it means that we can't be 100% sure where the land, so far as the map is concerned, notionally ends. Since it really does sort of just carry on round. I was just checking that puzzle panel to see if, like in the tree houses, there were multiple solutions and that possibly I could travel out to somewhere else I didn't realise, but it doesn't look like it. We've checked a few times along here. I really am a little surprised we didn't find it up top. It feels like this would be the ideal position for it to be. based on what we've observed. I suppose it might actually be... Hold on, we're supposed to be further along than the laser. Yeah. That's what makes further up here less likely. That would be how we'd do that, I think. See, now we're... Hang on. This is broadly speaking north. Weren't we supposed to be north of the laser? I'm pretty sure we were. But how does that figure with the landscape we're seeing on the ground? Hold on. Let's just give the lake another quick examination. Yep, we're supposed to be north of it. You can plainly see here that as the lake represents the swamp, it doesn't, the two sides don't get as close together as they do in reality. In reality, these two should almost be touching. That's interesting. We are definitely north. And quite a long way. East. But definitively not on this side. So how does that work? Check again. You mean check the lake again? I'm fairly certain that's right. Because this sort of direction is south, which makes this sort of direction north. So we're definitely to the north, and if this is north, then that's east. I can give a slightly more accurate reading on north if I go around this way. So this area cuts into the island almost exactly north. So this is north according to the lake. Remembering, of course, that the lake's been rotated slightly relative to the island itself. So if we were navigating according to the island, that's not north, that's off north. But according to the cardinal directions relative to the lake, that's north. So we're definitely north of the laser. Northeast. Which is strange, because there's not a lot of candidate space. So now we are technically to the northeast of the laser, but well, this would be north, wouldn't it? This is north, and this is to the east. So I suppose logically we'd expect it to be around there, but we have checked here a few times. It's not as far as the water, so clearly it can't be on this platform. If we could make it up there, perhaps. I don't think we're going to find it up here, but at least that gives me a better view. I think you were almost northwest. So that's a laser. That's about north, I think. Maybe more like that. North, east. That's northwest. So you think that's more north, that's more northeast? I don't think that can be, because this is clearly south. If I go up a little further, that's the east coast. That is north. Because that bay there next to the fort, that goes in northwards. I see, so that could be northeast. That could be northeast. That actually looks like a pretty good candidate for where the audio log could be, actually. Swamp Oak Docks on the east. I think you're probably right, actually. So that's east, that's north. So the Lady's Arm comes out to the north, then. Okay, that's helpful. I probably should have come up here before, to be honest. That's why I prefer lining things up than compassing. Yeah. I try to do that when I can, but I don't know what I would have lined this one up with, since it was on the very, very edge. It's probably over here somewhere. So what am I trying to connect up? Blue to pink. Or magenta. Hold on, that's not right. There we go. There we go. Can I make it up there? Could it be down here? Yes. Progress.
A poet once said, "The whole universe is in a glass of wine." We will probably never know in what sense he meant that, for poets do not write to be understood. But it is true that if we look at a glass of wine closely enough, we see the entire universe. There are the things of physics, the twisting liquid which evaporates depending on the wind and weather, the reflections in the glass, and our imagination adds the atoms. The glass is a distillation of the Earth's rocks, and in its composition we see the secrets of the universe's age and the evolution of stars. What strange array of chemicals are in the wine? How did they come to be? There are the ferments, the enzymes, the substrates, and the products. There in wine is found the great generalization. All life is fermentation. Nobody can discover the chemistry of wine without discovering, as did Louis Pasteur, the cause of much disease. How vivid is the claret, pressing its existence into the consciousness that watches it. If our small minds, for some convenience, divide this glass of wine, this universe, into parts, physics, biology, geology, astronomy, psychology, and so on, remember that nature does not know it. So let us put it all back together, not forgetting ultimately what it is for. Let it give us one more final pleasure. Drink it and forget it all. Richard Feynman, 1963.
I was wondering if one of the videos we watched in the theatre was a Feynman. Because I don't remember off the top of my head what he looks like, but I don't know, the video that starts off in black and white as what looks like an interview in a lecture room and then moves on to more of a one-on-one interview. I could... I could well be wrong, but I did wonder if that was him. Right, so this is the dense region of unfound audio logs I was talking about, Pengy. How many are there still to be found? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think. Yep, that looks about right. And then there's just a handful of others. I don't know. In total there might be 7 or 8 more that I haven't found, but none so densely packed. So there's one that's right next to a laser over here. What laser is that going to be? That's going to be the laser by the building with all the coloured glass inside and the plants. So there's there's an audio log almost directly to the west of it. There's also an audio log almost directly to the north of it. And then there's another audio log that's almost at right angles to those two. Almost. Ah, the audio log that is to the north of it is very close, I think, to the bunker we discovered. Might even be inside it. Well, let's start with those 3, shall we? We have a good point of reference to start looking for those. So a thought that occurs to me is that one or more of these audio logs could be in there. What was that bunker? That's where I think I'd like to begin the search. Here. There's actually not very many locations the audio log closest to here could be. It's almost certainly down there. How would I identify it? What's notable about there? Probably that fork in the road. Have I been up this way yet? Yes, I must have been. Have I? I feel like this is the way I've already gone up to the top of the mountain. I feel like this branch I haven't noticed before. I feel like I've always treated this as just a bridge from one side to the other and not seen this. This would make this a very good candidate for the audio log location. Sneaky secret branch? Indeed. Also, it's lovely to see you, Taminki. Keeping a very, very close eye out for audio logs. Not seeing any though. Ooh. Well, don't mind if I do. Hello.
The most beautiful experience we can have is the mysterious. It is the fundamental emotion that stands at the cradle of true art and true science. Whoever does not know it, and can no longer wonder, no longer marvel, is as good as dead and his eyes are dimmed. It was the experience of mystery, even if mixed with fear, that engendered religion. A knowledge of the existence of something we cannot penetrate, our perceptions of the profoundest reason and the most radiant beauty which only in their most primitive forms are accessible to our minds. It is this knowledge and this emotion that constitute true religiosity. In this sense, and in this alone, I am a deeply religious man. I cannot conceive of a God who rewards and punishes his creatures, or has a will of the kind that we experience in ourselves. Neither can I, nor would I, want to conceive of an individual that survives his physical death. Let feeble souls, from fear or absurd egoism, cherish such thoughts. I am satisfied with the mystery of the eternity of life, and with the awareness and a glimpse of the marvelous structure of the existing world, together with the devoted striving to comprehend a portion, be it ever so tiny, of the reason that manifests itself in nature. Albert Einstein, 1931.
I almost said, is that Einstein? I probably should have said. I was getting a bit excited when I made it round here, because I thought this is exactly the place that a developer would like to hide an audio log, but no such luck. Well, you were almost right. Definitely nothing here. Is that an audio log? Or just a bit of differently coloured metal? I think it's just a bit of differently coloured metal. No further audio logs yet. Alrighty then, let's head back to the lake and we'll identify whichever log it was that we just found and reevaluate where the others would be relative to it. Ooh, that one's a very long way away. Or a very long way out, I should say. What on earth would that correspond to? Could that be one that's only reachable by the boat again? Ah, that's probably the one that I found. Goodness me, so all of these ones still are yet to be found. I don't even know where to begin. Other than to just potter about there. Looking in every nook and cranny, hoping for the best. Right, let's check against one of the maps on the boat. So that's where the river joins up. Where does that correspond to? That corresponds to there, I think. And so there was one that was like out there. That must be one that's only accessible via boat. I don't see any other way that's... There could be one that far out. Because, just to recap, that's the bit of river along which we found a lily pad. And that corresponds to there. Like, it was clearly away from the land. What were we calling this setting on the boat? Sea snail. We'd best sea snail our way over there. Although to be fair, we can do the first bit a little bit faster. Since until we reach past there, I think it's very unlikely. Well, we know that it couldn't be. That's interesting. We should be able to walk there. That'll be worth going back to in a second. Ah, it could be on there. That would make sense. Okay, we can speed up a bit. What are we calling that one? Stingray. Careful. Steady as she goes. There it is.
Suppose a boat is crossing a river and another empty boat is about to collide with it. Even an irritable man would not lose his temper. But supposing there was someone in the second boat, then the occupant of the first would shout to him to keep clear, and if the other did not hear the first time, nor even when called 3 times, bad language would inevitably follow. In the first case, there was no anger. In the second, there was. Because in the first case, the boat was empty, and in the second, it was occupied. And so it is with man. If he could only roam empty through life, who would be able to injure him? Shuangzi, 4th century BC.
That was an interesting one. Although I do seem to be saying that a lot. Right, back we go. Right, so I want to know how to get over there. Doesn't look like I go that way. Let's slow down. It's not obvious how I'd go around that way though. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe you get down from there and then round there. I doubt that's traversable unless it's one of those strange exceptions, because there are a few places where we can apparently traverse almost vertical surfaces. Then again, the other examples I can think of were much, much shorter than that. Right, I'm not expecting this to work, but we can try it. Yeah, that didn't work. How do I get around there then? I mean, it looks like an area I should be able to get to. Might not be. No, perhaps not. Tell you what, I wouldn't be this reckless about my walking if I was actually this close to the edge of a cliff. Good thing for the invisible wall. Yeah, looks like I'm out of luck there. I'm still amazed the developers didn't decide to put an audio log in that nook. Or in that nook. Alright, back to the lake, I suppose. Or maybe I should go through the mountain again. That sounds like a plan. For the longest time, I swear that I had found one in those nooks. Perhaps there used to be one there and then they moved it? I don't know. Perhaps they had too many complaints. I'm going to go over there, I think. Or perhaps I just looked there while looking for the same flower. That's true. Right, I'm going to copy this down so I don't forget. I don't think this one needs to be an exact drawing, provided I get the gist. It's quite a simple pattern. Right. Oh, I remember this. I couldn't get away with just any shape, could I? No. Forgotten how I resolved that. Probably like so. Right. Early concept art for the temple, I would guess. Right, there we go.
Two major schools of Zen exist in Japan, the Rinzai and the Soto. Both have the same goal of seeing the world unmediated, but their approaches are different. In the Soto school, the emphasis is on quiet contemplation in a seated position without a particular focus for thought.
Soto means
The method in
outside.
the Rinzai school, however, is to put the intellect to work on problems that have no logical resolution. Such problems are known as koans, from the Chinese kengan, meaning public announcement. Some are mere questions. For example, when your mind is not dwelling on the dualism of good and evil, what is your original face before you were born? Others are set in a question and answer form, like, what is the Buddha? Answer, 3 pounds of flax, or the cypress tree in the courtyard, to name but two of the classic responses. According to tradition, there are 1,700 such conundrums in the Zen repertoire, and their common aim is to induce a kind of intellectual catastrophe, a sudden jump which lifts the individual out of the domain of words and reason into a direct, non-mediated experience known as satori. Zen differs from other meditative forms, including other schools of Buddhism, in that it does not start from where we are and gradually lead us to a clear view of the true way of the world. It is not a progressive system in this respect. The sole purpose of studying Zen is to have Zen experiences, sudden moments, like flashes of lightning, when the intellect is short-circuited and there is no longer a barrier between the experiencer and reality. David Darling, 1996.
Sounds about right. Of course, whether or not you believe that that's actually a valid methodology is a completely different matter. Have they really not put an audio log in the lift shaft? There's that mysterious door again that we don't have access to. Not presently, anyway. I can't tell. Does that continue? It looks like I may be able to see a little bit of light round there, but I can't quite tell. Hello.
In any case, our 3-days-old infant cannot be very confident of any interpretation it puts on a universe which it only discovered a minute or two ago. We have said
Hello,
it has
Pinky.
70 years of life before it, but in truth, its expectation of life would seem to be nearer to 70,000 years. It may be puzzled, distressed, and often irritated at the apparent meaninglessness and incomprehensibility of the world to which it has suddenly wakened up. But it is still very young. It might travel half the world over before finding another baby as young and inexperienced as itself. It has before it time enough and to spare in which it may understand everything. Sooner or later, the pieces of the puzzle must begin to fit together. Although, it may reasonably be doubted whether the whole picture can ever be comprehensible to one small and apparently quite insignificant part of the picture. James Jeans, 1928.
There is, isn't there? There's more tunnel there. Because you can see there's some sort of rock obscuring my view there, and as I move back and forth, there's an empty space. There's more back there. But there doesn't seem to be a way through from here. Or here, so far as I can see. That was strange. Ah, is this telling me there will be a puzzle here, but I need to solve something earlier first? But what could that thing be? Let's keep a very, very close eye in front of us this time. Since there's nothing in the way here. There's no barrier. So if the developers were going to hide something in the lift shaft that they wanted us to eventually find, this would be the place, I'd have thought. Probably just part of the light in the lift. This would be an obvious place to put a audio log. Perhaps I don't want to be obvious. Why is that there? Strange. I missed, was there something in the pile in the middle? Oh, in here? Only a... Hello.
The
There's
relation
that.
between the controller and the controlled is reciprocal. The scientist in the laboratory studying the
Good
behavior of
catch.
a pigeon designs contingencies and observes their effects. His apparatus exerts a conspicuous control on the pigeon, but we must not overlook the control exerted by the pigeon. The behavior of the pigeon has determined the design of the apparatus and the procedures in which it is used. Some such reciprocal control is characteristic of all science. As Francis Bacon put it, nature, to be commanded, must be obeyed. The scientist who designs a cyclotron is under the control of the particles he is studying. The behavior with which a parent controls his child, either aversively or through positive reinforcement, is shaped and maintained by the child's responses. A psychotherapist changes the behavior of his patient in ways which have been shaped and maintained by his success in changing that behavior. A government or religion prescribes and imposes sanctions selected by their effectiveness in controlling citizen or communicant. An employer induces his employees to work industriously and carefully with wage systems determined by their effects on behavior. The classroom practices of the teacher are shaped and maintained by the effects on his students. In a very real sense, then, the slave controls the slave driver, the child, the parent, the patient, the therapist, the citizen, the government, the communicant, the priest, the employee, the employer, and the student, the teacher. B.F. Skinner, 1971.
Oh, is that the same Skinner that's famous for Skinner boxes? It's a technique often often used to encourage various types of gambling, among other things. Goodness me, we got quite a few of them, didn't we? Still 2 missing. 3 missing. So there should be one very, very close to the laser. That's probably inside the building. The other 2 are probably still somewhere in the mountain that I haven't discovered. I don't think I've been here before. Yeah, I don't think this is the path I knew about. Probably because as you approach it, it looks like it's a cliff. It's only when you get closer that you realise it's a path. Ooh. This might be the other half of the tunnels that reach the area in the mountain with the mysterious door. Or it might not. I don't know. Bit of a shame that the door's open from the other side though. must confess, I'm not 100% sure I've been here either. I think I've been here. Yeah, I have. Might just be my poor memory, but I don't remember coming up this way past the obelisk. Something white below a tree at the obelisk. But probably just some light. This. Or that. Ah, that was just some light. That's alright. Good looking out though. Two pairs of eyes better than one and all that. I've been putting off going back into the colourful house. Mostly because I don't want to have to do the elevator puzzles again, but I may have to. Why does the ground look like that there? Bit strange. Isn't there a staircase for all floors except the top one? I didn't think so. I thought that the staircase only took you up 1 or 2 floors and then you're on your own. Yeah, this is as high as it goes. You've got access to 3 floors. That would have been a clever space to put a audio log in. But alas, no luck. Isn't there like 6 floors? 1 inaccessible, 3 below ground floor on the roof, then 1 with the laser? Yeah, I think so. 6 or 7. No doubt you can see why I've been a little reluctant. Then you should have access to 3 below to have access to all. Not sure I follow you there, old boy. I'm pretty sure I have access to I just had a thought. I'm pretty sure I have access to these 3 and that there's at least 3 that I'm going to need to use the elevator to get to. Floor 1, Floor 2, Floor 3, inaccessible, broken cable, outdoor and laser. No, I think there's more than that. Could be wrong. Yeah. You might be right. I thought there was more though. Okay, that wasn't any assistance. I just thought that if I waited till the lift had risen, I might be able to see more. And technically I could, but it wasn't very helpful. Hold on, isn't that one supposed to be exactly the same as another panel in the building? That one probably. Is that blue or cyan? I think it's cyan. Is that red or magenta? Probably red? And if I mark down what the solution is, that'll make the bit coming up a lot easier. Would make sense for them to be cyan, magenta and yellow due to colour mixing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't know, that looks off magenta to me. I'll change it to magenta. It could be because it's on a blue background. Maybe that's what's making it look slightly redder. Although it does look off red as well. It looks partway between magenta and red to my eye. Probably an optical illusion. I'm just conscious of the fact that they could have put a audio log under one of these, which would have been very annoying. Fortunately, I don't think they have. Hello, Jenny. Things are going alright. How was your shift? Yeah, I'm reasonably sure there's no audio log here. I'm glad your shift went well. This would be another candidate for where they might have put the audio log, but it would have been pretty obvious if they had. Would probably have got it the first time. Aha!
As scientists, we realize that color is merely a question of the wavelengths of ethereal vibrations. But that does not seem to have dispelled the feeling that eyes which reflect light near wavelength 4800 are a subject for rhapsody, whilst those which reflect wavelength 5300 are left unsung. We have not yet reached the practice of the Laputans who, if they would, for example, praise the beauty of a woman or any other animal, they describe it by rhombs, circles, parallelograms, ellipses, and other geometrical terms. The materialist, who is convinced that all phenomena arise from electrons and quanta and the like, controlled by mathematical formulae, must presumably hold the belief that his wife is a rather elaborate differential equation. But he is probably tactful enough not to obtrude this opinion in domestic life. If this kind of scientific dissection is felt to be inadequate and irrelevant in ordinary personal relationships,
Why did I do that?
it is surely out of place in the most personal relationship of all, that of the human soul to a divine spirit. Arthur Eddington, 1927.
Just checked with a colour picker. It's definitely in between red and magenta. Wonderful. Still progress. So back to the lake. I'm assuming that was the one that was extremely close to the laser, because that makes sense. And that there's probably two more associated with the mountain which haven't been found yet. And I've got a sneaking suspicion we won't find those until we discover a way to access other parts of the mountain that we don't currently know how to get to. In particular, I'm thinking behind the glass wall. But there's probably a substantial amount of tunnelling that connects up to there. That would be my guess anyway. Or a substantial amount of tunnels, I mean. Yes, indeed, we found the one that was close to the laser. I'm not convinced those two we currently have access to. I could give it a quick look again, but we did look before. Yeah, I think we're better off moving on and then coming back to those. Maybe before then, we should just have another 5-minute or so little detour off to the puzzle on the wreck and see if inspiration hits me. Because up till now that puzzle's still been confounding me. Is that the last puzzle you've seen that you haven't solved? I think so. Yes. Oh, technically no. Because there's the puzzle panel behind the glass. And the problem there was I didn't know how to... I wasn't even allowed to attempt the puzzle through the glass. But I know it's there. Yes. Seen and have access to. Was that low, high, low? I cannot for the life of me figure out how this is supposed to work. The problem with let me try again. The problem with low, high, low is that we only have one low and two highs. I don't even know for certain I'm supposed to be listening for the drips though. It seems like the most obvious sound with distinct pitches, but at the same time, as I have already said, on what criteria am I supposed to associate a certain set of drips with the colours magenta, orange and black? I think I got the concept of it, then had to look up hints anyway, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I could believe it. What do you think? Do you think that sounded pink, or do you think that sounded more orange? Of course, the ship itself is mostly orange. I think it sounded green, which doesn't make sense. It sounded hexagonal. Oh, this puzzle is so exasperating. No, back to the audio logs, I think. Inspiration certainly has not hit me. Why do I get the feeling that I'm going to end up having to try and solve this off stream? Right. To the lake. Right, so we're leaving those two till later, because I suspect, though I could be wrong, that they're inaccessible right now. So this would be the next one. It's near quite a few underground ones, but that doesn't help us, because we don't know how to get to the underground. It is most notably right next to a big laser. I think that's the temple's laser. Let's cross-reference that with my map. So that's the big bay. We're not that far along. Actually, it's probably the forest. Thinking about it. Oh, it's right next to a clam, which would be a bunker, which is interesting. That's probably the temple then. Or could that be the town? Let's shift perspective. Ooh. Did I completely miss that one before? I've seen that one. Yeah, I think I was practically standing on top of one and just failed to notice. Let's see, that's going to be roughly west of the mountain. That must be the forest then, I think. Would that be right? Right, I'm standing right near the town now. So that's probably the town's one. That's probably the town's, that's probably the temples, that's probably the forests. That's my best guess. So, due eastish from the forester's laser is an audio log. Right, where's that? That's on the coast. That's southeast of the forest laser on the coast. Can I identify what that formation is? I can't work out what this is. Perhaps I didn't represent that very well on my map. The map I have in front of me, the one that I drew. Because when you look at this, this looks like it sticks out quite a lot. Perhaps we should think of it as being almost directly south, but ever so slightly to the east, of the one near the forest. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Right, here's our laser. And it was east-ish, wasn't it? It would be sort of that way. That seems unlikely. Let me double check. Make sure I haven't made a mistake. The current goal is to continue collecting audio logs. Yeah. But obviously occasionally I discover something new and pursue that. Yep, that's definitely to the east. How odd. Yep, using the lake. I think this would be nigh on impossible without the lake. Over here, maybe? Very nice. Do you have an audio log on you, ma'am? Don't think so. I'd expect it to be somewhere about here. I'm probably not this far down. Puzzle count, good question. We are on 441 plus 4. I can only assume, given how slowly that puzzle count's been going up, that at some point I reach a section of the game with a lot of puzzles in it. In close proximity. A puzzle dense space, if you will. Ooh, nice. What was your first environmental puzzle? I don't think you had any last time I was watching. My first environmental puzzle was the one in town, when you're at the top of the bell tower. I think that was last stream, Saturday. Yes, the black lines, that's correct. Who said next to reflector? Unless there's another in the town, then that would presumably be the one he meant. Or she meant. I don't know. Congrats on having the guts to click. Lots of people just note the peculiarity, but never use the cursor. Well, I mean, what's the worst that could have happened? This is a little frustrating. I might take a little detour down to the boat in the swamp to cross-reference the map there. Because there was that piece of land in the, well, the lake had a part of it that was sticking out, which would correspond to a bit of land that I didn't recognise. Wasn't that the start area? I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure we were this side. Because we could see this bit quite clearly. Maybe it was that bit? But it doesn't stick out that much. I could certainly adjust a bit of this though. Okay, that's slightly more accurate. And that could do with being flattened out a bit. Okay. So now I've made some minor corrections to my map. Let's head back to the lake and see if that which I was observing makes any more sense. Such a pretty field of flowers. Right, where were we? So it was here, I think. Is that the one we were looking at? Yes. Right, so this is the big bay, which is the start area. I think it was this bit I couldn't recognise. This bit. Yes, it's this formation that didn't make sense to me. To be honest, it still doesn't entirely. I think that's the beach where one of the boats is. So let's go scour that. It's just, it looks more pointy-outy than... On the lake, it looks more pointy-outy than I think it does on the map. Water is land and land is water? I'm afraid so. Ah, okay. Now I'm actually standing here. This is more sticky outy. I don't know how the boat does that. I'm pretty sure there's only one boat. If I summon it... Oh, it's on tracks. It seems to have some fast... it has some faster... It has a much faster way of transporting itself when it's not above water. Ah, okay, yep. I see. Yeah, that is on me. So I do have this little area on my map, but I had made it a little too shallow, so it wasn't clear. It just looked like a bit of the coast that was like a little bit wavy. It wasn't clearly a sticky outy bit. But okay, that's making more sense now. So we're... Ha ha ha!
One day I happened to be occupied with the subject of generation of waves by wind. I took down the standard treatise on hydrodynamics, and under that heading I read, if the external forces P prime sub yy, P prime sub xy be given multiples of e to the ikx plus at, where k and a are prescribed, the equations in question determine a and c, and thence, by 9, the value of eta. And so on for 2 pages. At the end, it is made clear that a wind of less than half a mile an hour will leave the surface unruffled. At a mile an hour, the surface is covered with minute corrugations due to capillary waves which decay immediately if the disturbing cause ceases. At 2 miles an hour, the gravity waves appear. As the author modestly concludes, our theoretical investigations give considerable insight into the incipient stages of wave formation. On another occasion, the same subject of generation of waves by wind was in my mind, but this time another book was more appropriate, and I read, "There are waters blown by changing winds to laughter, and lit by the rich skies all day, and after, frost, with a gesture, stays the waves that dance, and wandering loveliness. He leaves a white unbroken glory, a gathered radiance, a width, a shining peace under the night." The magic words bring back the scene. Again, we feel nature drawing close to us, uniting with us, till we are filled with the gladness of the waves dancing in the sunshine, with the awe of the moonlight on the frozen lake. These were not moments when we fell below ourselves. We did not look back on them and say, "It was disgraceful for a man with 6 sober senses and a scientific understanding to let himself be deluded in that way. I will take Lamb's hydrodynamics with me next time." It is good that there should be such moments for us. Life would be stunted and narrow if we could feel no significance in the world around us beyond that which can be weighed and measured with the tools of the physicist, or described by the metrical symbols of the mathematician. Of course, it was an illusion. We can easily expose the rather clumsy trick that was played on us. Ethereal vibrations of various wavelengths, reflected at different angles from the disturbed interface between air and water, reached our eyes, and by photoelectric action caused appropriate stimuli to travel along the optic nerves to a brain center. Here, the mind set to work to weave an impression out of the stimuli. The incoming material was somewhat meager, but the mind is a great storehouse of associations that could be used to clothe the skeleton. Having woven an impression, the mind surveyed all that it had made and decided that it was very good. The critical faculty was lulled. We ceased to analyze and were conscious only of the impression as a whole. The warmth of the air, the scent of the grass, the gentle stir of the breeze, combined with the visual scene in one transcendent impression, around us and within us. Associations emerging from their storehouse grew bolder. Perhaps we recalled the phrase, rippling laughter. Waves, ripples, laughter, gladness. The ideas jostled one another. quite illogically, we were glad. Though what there can possibly be to be glad about in a set of ethereal vibrations no sensible person can explain. A mood of quiet joy suffused the whole impression. The gladness in ourselves was in nature, in waves, everywhere. That's how it was. It was an illusion. Then why toy with it longer? These airy fancies which the mind, when we do not keep it severely in order, projects into the external world should be of no concern to the earnest seeker after truth. Get back to the solid substance of things, to the material of the water moving under the pressure of the wind and the force of gravitation, in obedience to the laws of hydrodynamics. But the solid substance of things is another illusion. It too is a fancy projected by the mind into the external world. We have chased the solid substance from the continuous liquid to the atom, from the atom to the electron, and there we have lost it. But at least it will be said we have reached something real at the end of the chase, the protons and electrons. Or, if the new quantum theory condemns these images as too concrete and leaves us with no coherent images at all, at least we have symbolic coordinates and momenta and Hamiltonian functions, devoting themselves with single-minded purpose to ensuring that QP minus PQ shall be equal to IH over 2 pi. I have tried to show that by following this course we reach a cyclic scheme which, from its very nature, can only be a partial expression of our environment. It is not reality, but the skeleton of reality. Actuality has been lost in the exigencies of the chase. Having first rejected the mind as a worker of illusion, we have in the end to return to the mind and say, here are worlds well and truly built on a basis more secure than your fanciful illusions. But there is nothing to make any one of them an actual world. Please choose one and weave your fanciful images into it. That alone can make it actual. We have torn away the mental fancies to get to the reality beneath, only to find that the reality of that which is beneath is bound up with its potentiality of awakening these fancies. It is because the mind, the weaver of illusion, is also the only guarantor of reality, that reality is always to be sought at the base of illusion. Illusion is to reality as the smoke to the fire. I will not urge that hoary untruth, there is no smoke without fire, but it is reasonable to inquire whether, in the mystical illusions of man, there is not a reflection of an underlying reality. Arthur Eddington, 1927.
This one is a little droll. But where is the next one? That's the question. I feel a bit like Sisyphus. No sooner have I found one of these audio logs, I'm starting all over again. Although admittedly, unlike Sisyphus, at least my task does eventually have a termination point. Where is it? That's the laser. It should be approximately over here. So far as you know, yes. But is it true? Well, I jolly well hope so. Maybe that's the answer to everything we've seen. Maybe this is the afterlife and I'm being punished. punished with beautiful weather and interesting problems to solve. No responsibilities. No needs, primary or otherwise, it would appear. Truly, it is a fate worse than death. Well, goodness, where is it? I know it must be in the vicinity. It's almost, but not quite, at right angles between the laser and the audio log we found most recently. Which I thought was around here somewhere. There it is. I thought it was to the east, not the west. Triangulating. If I had the proper equipment to do triangulation, I would be very tempted. So what environmental puzzle do you want me to solve? Where's the end point? If I'm supposed to be looking at this end, that actually doesn't leave many locations. I'm wondering if in here has a good view. It may not. No, not really. I can still activate it from that far away though. Interesting. There, this stops here, which strongly implies I'm supposed to match it up to something else. Something like this. This is looking promising. Was looking promising. take it that wasn't the end. No. Right, it doesn't continue around here. I take it doesn't continue around here, no. So where's the end point? Where am I trying to get it to? There, maybe? Goodness, this is a hard balancing act. Let's try that. Hey! That actually reminded me. Between Saturday's stream and this stream, I had an idea for how I might be able to solve another one of the environmental puzzles. But it is very much conjecture. It may not work. Nice, one more obelisk started. Started? Oh no. I thought that was done. Where do I want to be standing? Here. So my thought was, I wonder if the key to this is actually this lift, because we never found out what the purpose of it was. And one thing I noted before was that if I was low down, then due to perspective, this would appear to be one continuous unbroken line. If I was higher up, obviously it wouldn't, but I need to be higher up to activate this. So my thought was, maybe I get the lift going, then I activate this and get it ready, and then I wait until I've reached the bottom. That may be ever so wrong. We'll just have to wait and find out. Uh-oh. Here we go. Fingers crossed. Okay. Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? Hey! I thought of that when I was lying in bed with insomnia. So at least something came of it. Thank you, everyone. I like how clever some of those are. Well, there was certainly a degree of creativity there, I have to admit. So this one still eludes us. Yeah, it's not quite right angles, is it? But I mean, it's not a million miles off. That might be 120 degrees, perhaps? So where is that one? And why are there so many caves near the bamboo? And how do I get to said caves? So many questions. Unfortunately, this may also have to be one that I skip over and come back to. Right, it's not going to be this close, obviously. Actually, I suppose absolutely on the edge here, I could believe might be enough. I doubt it though. I don't suppose anyone actually knows where this one is, do they? There's a white one. Good to know. Oh, you do know. Not yet. Thank you for asking, though. I feel like if my methodology had been a million miles off, someone would have said something there. I really don't like what Pengy said about started, given the number of shapes on this. That didn't increase my puzzle count either. Pick oof. No, that's alright, Pinky. You were just speaking the truth, presumably. That's how many EPs you solved. EPs? Oh, environmental puzzles. The +6, yes. Well, yeah, because it's solved, I assume I'm done with this. Although it's not like I'm blind to the fact that there's one section here that's lit up and a lot of sections that aren't. Can you imagine if they put the audio log on top of the Oculus? Yeah, that's why when we ask for puzzle count, we are checking if you have a plus number, kinda, to see if you've discovered EPs. Yeah, this may be another case of leave it for now, come back to it. I've been on it for quite a long time. And I don't appear to be making any progress. I know there was one up here. It might be interesting to check where that one was relative to the one we're looking for. Oh no, it was a panel that was up here. Ah. Because we're not a million miles away from the laser here. Oh, we did find one up here. That one's been activated. Oh, there's one down on the rock you got. Yes. Okay, so one last attempt before I give up for now and move on to others. Let's try to figure out where that one on the rock is. Compare that to the position of the laser, and from that try to figure out where this other one we're looking for would be. So that's probably the one we found. That would make sense. So if we drew a line from there to the laser, it's almost in line with it, it's just slightly to the south. You really would have thought I'd have stumbled across it by now. Okay, in terms of distances, how much further, or relatively speaking, how much closer is that to that if we think of it in terms of this imaginary line? I reckon that's probably the 4/5 point approximately. I reckon it's 5 times closer, ignoring its displacement in the other axis. I reckon that's about 5 times closer to the laser. Let's go back up to where we just were, and we'll look over the land, and we'll try to come up with a reasonable hypothesis as to where it must be. Quadrangulating. No, this is more triangulating. If you think of it as creating a triangle between 2 known points and 1 unknown point. No, it's round a little more, isn't it? I think. Yes. Right, so we draw a line from there to there. We are at a bit of an angle, so we have to keep perspective we have to take perspective into account. But I reckon it would be somewhere around there. Could be down there. That might be a little close though. Maybe not. Or here. Where is it that we cross over? Path goes this way. Is that the crossover point? Because I don't see the bridge. It's possible that at this view distance it isn't rendered. Okay, well a good starting point would be to observe that once we are at that door, there's a section that sharply points out and turns back on itself, and by the time we get round about this far, then we're very close to the location where we think it probably is. That seems greyer than its surroundings. Probably nothing. Yes, okay, that probably was being rendered. I just wouldn't have taken into account the fact, or didn't take into account, how close it was to the waterfall. So we have this section here, it takes a sharp turn around here. We think it is extremely close to here. I have to admit, this is slightly, although I have done some searching around here, this is a slightly different spot to where I thought it was. Is there a way up this side? Yeah. Around here is a likely candidate, or on top of here. Can you imagine if it was in there? Oh, I must be right next to it. I'm not seeing it, but It can't be all that far from here. Or if it was down there. This time I'm super confident about our positioning, because I think our methodology this time was a bit more precise than we had been using up till now. Given that we don't have a compass, of course, trying to use the cardinal directions will only take you so far. So then where is it? I doubt it's as far round as this, due to the laser's position. Yeah, I did a lot of searching over here before, didn't I? But not a lot of searching on the other side of the river. Is there any possibility it's actually in the bamboo forest? That is possible, isn't it? Ahaha!
If we were not able or did not desire to look in any new direction, if we did not have a doubt or recognize ignorance, we would not get any new ideas. There would be nothing worth checking because we would know what is true. So what we call scientific knowledge today is a body of statements of varying degrees of certainty. Some of them are most unsure, some of them are nearly sure, but none is absolutely certain. Scientists are used to this. We know that it is consistent to be able to live and not know. Some people say, how can you live without knowing? I do not know what they mean. I always live without knowing. That is easy. How you get to know is what I want to know. This freedom to doubt is an important matter in the sciences, and I believe in other fields. It was born of a struggle. It was a struggle to be permitted to doubt, to be unsure. And I do not want us to forget the importance of the struggle, and by default, to let the thing fall away. I feel a responsibility as a scientist who knows the great value of a satisfactory philosophy of ignorance, and the progress made possible by such a philosophy. Progress which is the fruit of freedom of thought. I feel a responsibility to proclaim the value of this freedom and to teach that doubt is not to be feared, but that it is to be welcomed as the possibility of a new potential for human beings. If you know that you are not sure, you have a chance to improve the situation. I want to demand this freedom for future generations. Richard Feynman, 1963.
Good mapping. Thank you. Took me a while. Hey! Wait, have I listened to that one?
O
No.
Lord God, helper of those who seek you, I see you in the garden of paradise.
Is this the
but I do
Nicola
not know what I see,
of somewhere or other I've
because
forgotten?
I see nothing visible. I know this alone, that I know that I do not know what I see, and that I can never know. I do not know how to name you, because I do not know what you are. Should anyone tell me that you are named by this or that name, By the fact that one gives a name, I know that it is not your name. For the wall beyond which I see you is the limit of every mode of signification by names. Should anyone express any concept by which you could be conceived, I know that this concept is not a concept of you. For every concept finds its boundary at the wall of paradise. Should anyone express any likeness and say that you ought to be conceived according to it, I know in the same way that this is not a likeness of you. So too, if anyone, wishing to furnish the means by which you might be understood, should set forth an understanding of you, one is still far removed from you. For the highest wall separates you from all these, and secludes you from everything that can be said or thought, because you are absolute from all the things that can fall within any concept. Nicholas of Cusa, 1453.
Nicholas of Cusa, yeah. I was also thinking of the Feynman one, that it was sounding like Feynman. I've listened to so many of these quotes now that I think I'm starting to get a sense for who's talking. Of course, it does help that they're drawing all their quotes from a rather small subset of people. Right, if we start here and slowly head over there, we should be able to find 2 audio logs in close proximity.
We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. Lao Tzu, 6th century BC.
The glass is transparent, the wine transparent. The two are similar, the affair confused. There seems to be wine and no glass, or glass and no wine. Sahib bin Abad, circa 990.
Of course, I had no idea who those are. I suppose what I'm saying isn't that it certainly is not that any old quote I could recognise, but I find it peculiar that, for example, I can listen to the start of a quote and think, that sounds like Einstein, etc. What have we got here? That's going to be the temple. So there's one near the temple. Yeah, if we head towards the bay from the temple, I think we'll find it. The bay from the temple. Huh. Interesting. That's not as straightforward a direction as you might think. And I have to remember it's going to be relative to the laser. So, here. So perhaps make our way round? So it could actually be in town. Hold on. Let's keep our peepers peeled. Now I have to go back to the lake. Actually, on here would sort of make sense. Yeah. Ooh, I know one thing we should try while we're here. Yeah, we'll have to go back to the lake. Now that we know how the environmental puzzles work... Hey! Although we did get stuck there. How do I correct that? Guess we'll come back to that one in a second. Is that a second one? That's a second one to the same obelisk. So then that means that there must be as many environmental puzzles in the area as there are patterns on the obelisks. Oh dear. Maybe I'd already taken that one as far as it goes. Nope. I mean, wait. Could this be an exceptional one? Could this one require... this to be closed? It's looking a lot like it, isn't it? No. I see what it wants me to do, and I'm not happy. Oops. I've only just noticed that the blinds raise at very different rates. Right, let's give this a go. Right, I think we just have to wait here. Certainly seems that way. Careful. Hey! Hey! Well, that's 3 more. Happy with that. I take it this isn't one, is it? No. Or if it is, there's additional steps involved. Okay. Back to the lake. Where were we? Looking for that one. Ooh. It's approximately... Is it? I think it's approximately at right angles between the obelisk and the laser. Which, if true, will help a lot. Where am I going? Just wandering off. Right. Obelisk. Laser. Right angle. Could be up there. Logically, I would expect it to be around here. The only thing that's slightly surprising about that is that we've been up in this area trying to solve other puzzles so much that it's surprising, if it is here, that we haven't stumbled across it already. Could be in there. Oh, the obelisk is roughly over there. I don't have direct line of sight on it though, which is a shame. I reckon the courtyard area is a good bet. Could this be another environmental puzzle? It doesn't quite have the shape of one, does it? That's interesting. The obelisk is actually really quite close. That's funny. That would... Given their proximity, the other audio log should be about this spot, and we should be able to tell its location really quite accurately because of how close the laser and the obelisk are. But I don't see it. Out here, probably. This is so peculiar. I should have been right on top of it. I wouldn't have expected it to be this far back. In the interest of thoroughness, I should probably check. Could it have been underneath me if there was a tunnel system? I mean, obviously that is possible, but I thought underground audio logs were in a different colour. For a moment I thought that was it. I don't know what to say. I really do think I must be very close to it. On this wall is another point I've considered. Quick look at the lake again. Wrong way. It's so close to the laser. That's what makes it particularly confounding. You'd have thought that you would have been able to see it from the laser. Maybe I got the angle wrong. Of course, I don't have any way to get an aerial view. Yeah, I think my angle was off. Wait! There's two right angles, of course there would be. Was I looking on the wrong side? I reckon I probably was. I think if you imagine a quadrilateral with these being the diagonally opposite corners, I reckon I was looking over this side when I should have been looking over that side. Although cardinal directions have only taken us so far, let's think about this in terms of cardinal directions. That's about north. So this is west-southwest? Is that a direction? No, it would be south-west-west-ish from the laser. Okay. So yeah, I think that would mean that I was looking in the wrong space. There it is. It could be in here then. It's so close to the laser though, it's almost worth just checking within a certain radius of the laser. I mean, I think we're much too far over now. Much too close to the obelisk, much too far from the laser. Could it be in this area? I think I checked here before. Goodness, I still don't know. This is about as far as I could reasonably imagine it. And this is venturing out of that range. So much for dropping like flies. Could be in one of these piles. No, unfortunately, I really don't know. Hello. Look what we found here. It's not in one of these pillars, is it? Oh, found the one in the monastery. You mean the tutorial panel? Don't know if you found it yet. Looked away. Oh, what I'm calling the temple, you're calling the monastery. I have not found the audio log. I found a tutorial panel. So it is actually in here then. I must admit, I had suspected that initially, but after not having laid eyes on it for some time, I was having my doubts. Thing is, I think this is actually one of the areas whose floor we did search thoroughly when I first came here. It's not under there, is it? Ask if you want a nudge. I might do so, but not quite yet. So I'm super confident that it's this side. Must be extremely close to this spot. I have also wondered if it could be on top, but I'm not aware of a way that I can get up there. No, it doesn't look like I can. That would have made a likely spot, but clearly it's not there. Goodness gracious, where could it be? Panky said it was in the monastery. Therefore, the farthest out we should consider is this wall, I'd have thought. I'm becoming really quite curious at this point where it could even conceivably be to have stayed under my nose for this long. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of places that it could be hidden, and yet I still haven't found it. Feels like it should be very, very close to here. As in sight, excluding the possibility that we might have something directly blocking our view like this. They wouldn't have put it up there, would they? That would seem a bit mean. Okay, that's not it. For a moment, I thought it might have been. That would have been very annoying. Regrettably, I think I do need a nudge. This is well hidden indeed. It's not underwater, is it? Surely that would be madness. I'm wondering if it could be in one of these areas that the blinds sometimes cover. Look again. Under the floor? Floorboards, I mean. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Pengy.
There is nothing in existence but veils hung down. Acts of perception attach themselves only to veils, which leave traces in the owner of the eye that perceives them. Bin Arabi 1231.
It must be close, in plain view, unless something is blocking our view. Yes, indeed. Well, I was close. I was very, very close. Within feet of it. Right. Goodness me. I think that means we've got almost all of them, aside from the ones that are underground. Yeah, I think there's only 2 left that are above ground. Sorry, 3 left. These 3. So that must be the laser in town. And there's 2 to the north. Two to the northeast, 1 to the northwest. The 2 to the north. The 2 to the northeast line up with another laser. Which laser's that? I think that's the autumnal forest laser, so here. So in theory, if I slowly... Hold on. How close are they? They're actually... Yeah, they're quite close to the town. Wait, if it's in line roughly with the autumnal forest, then I want to be about here. Yeah. Now if I slowly make my way back... Is that the laser in town? No. That one is. So if I slowly make my way back, I may stumble across them. Hang on. There isn't a laser in town, is there? We redirect a laser. What laser was that then? A very good question. Because this is the big bay. Isn't there a laser on top of the tower in the town too, or am I dreaming? You might be right. You are right. Thank you. So there's two close to here. Interesting. Is there anything else we can line them up with? Actually, if we just draw a straight line between that laser and that laser, they're almost on it. And I would say they're probably about 7. They're probably about 1/8 of the way over there, maybe 1/6. They definitely tend much more towards the town laser than the autumnal forest laser. Right, so there's a laser right next to me, there's a laser there. Draw a line between them. And it's most of the way over here. Probably around there then? Out there or there? I suppose it could be as far as the shore, but the shore of the lake, but I doubt it. I'm heading off for a bit. Good luck searching. And if I'm not back until you finish, thanks for the stream. Oh, you're very welcome. I hope you've enjoyed it so far. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. lost my orientation. Ah, there we go, I think. This way. There's a shipping container they've put up there. How curious. I was wondering if they might have put it on the top shelf or something so you can only see it from the stairs. Ahaha!
Imagine if all the tumult of the body were to quiet down, along with all our busy thoughts about earth, sea, and air. If the very world should stop, and the mind cease thinking about itself, go beyond itself, and be quite still. If all the fantasies that appear in dreams and imagination should cease, and there be no speech, no sign. Imagine if all things that are perishable grew still. For if we listen, they are saying, we did not make ourselves. He made us who abides forever. Imagine then that they should say this and fall silent, listening to the very voice of him who made them, and not to that of his creation, so that we should hear not his word through the tongues of men, nor the voice of angels, nor the clouds' thunder, nor any symbol, but his very self, which in these things we love, and go beyond ourselves to attain a flash of that eternal wisdom which abides above all things. And imagine if that moment were to go on and on, leaving behind all other sights and sounds but this one vision, which ravishes and absorbs and fixes the beholder in joy, so that the rest of eternal life were like that moment of illumination which leaves us breathless. Would this not be what is bidden in Scripture? Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord. Augustine of Hippo, circa 400.
Oh, that was early Christianity. He would have been one of the early patriarchs before a lot of what we consider to be modern Christianity had been fixed.
It is a great adventure to contemplate the universe beyond man, to contemplate what it would be like without man, as it was in a great part of its long history and as it is in a great majority of places. When this objective view is finally attained, and the mystery and majesty of matter are fully appreciated, to then turn the objective eye back on man, viewed as matter, to view life as part of this universal mystery of the greatest depth, is to sense an experience which is very rare and very exciting. It usually ends in laughter and a delight in the futility of trying to understand what this atom in the universe is, this thing atoms with curiosity that looks at itself and wonders why it wonders. Well, these scientific views end in awe and mystery, lost at the edge in uncertainty, but they appear to be so deep and so impressive that the theory that it is all arranged as a stage for God to watch man struggle for good and evil seems inadequate. Some will tell me that I have just described a religious experience. Very well, you may call it what you will. Then, in that language, I would say that the young man's religious experience is of such a kind that he finds the religion of his church inadequate to describe, to encompass that kind of experience. The God of the church isn't big enough. Richard Feynman, 1963.
They sure like Feynman, don't they? Right, the next one is as far off to the... is as far displaced to the west as that one was to the east of the line which travels north from here. I wonder if that means it's in the same building. Quite possibly. I reckon it is close to here. Oh, is there anything else I can use to help me? Yes, if I draw a line from there to there, it's directly in line. Or at least very, very close to. That would suggest in that tower where I was looking. There aren't many other candidates. Could be a little over there. But I also look there. Could be in the little bit of forest there. But again, it can't be far off. There it is.
Oh, my God. How does it happen in this poor old world? That thou art so great, and yet nobody finds thee. That thou callest so loudly, and nobody hears thee. That thou art so near, and nobody feels thee. That thou givest thyself to everybody, and nobody knows thy name. Men flee from thee and say they cannot find thee. They turn their backs and say they cannot see thee. They stop their ears and say they cannot hear thee. Hans Dank, circa 1520.
Right, I think that's all the above ground audio logs. Oh no, it's not. That's not true. That's not true. There were two over here that I stopped searching for because I anticipate they're in inaccessible places as of right now. So I suppose the obvious question is how to get to some more of these underground places. So let's see. Between the one we just found, which is the church, and this one, where was that one? That must have been at the harbour, almost in a straight line. There's two that are underground. I'm fairly certain I know where that is, and I'm fairly certain that's inaccessible right now. It'll be down here. Probably through here. Which, as I say, we don't yet have access. Must say I'm a bit lost at this point in terms of where I should be focusing next. I don't see any of the leaves that correspond to tutorial panels either. The triangular ones. I mean, aside from ones that have darkened and sunk, so that suggests we probably have all of those as well. There are more environmental puzzles we could seek out. I really would rather like to get into some of the underground places though. Maybe we should have a bit of a wander. See what we can find. I'm thinking perhaps we should... Oh, hello Yisha. It's lovely to see you. I hope you're well. I'm quite well, thank you. Slowly forcing the game to give up some progress to me. That doesn't lead anywhere, does it? That's interesting. That's strange. Thought there was a slight rendering bug there for a second. Haha!
You see, a motif is this. He put his hands together, drew them apart, the 10 fingers open, then slowly, very slowly, brought them together again, clasped them, squeezed them tightly, meshing them. That's what one should try to achieve. If one hand is held too high or too low, it won't work. Not a single link should be too slack, leaving a hole through which the emotion, the light, truth can escape. You must understand that I work on the whole canvas, everything at once. With one impulse, with undivided faith, I approach all the scattered bits and pieces. Everything we see falls apart, vanishes, doesn't it? Nature is always the same, but nothing in her that appears appears to us lasts. Our art must render the thrill of her permanence along with her elements, the appearance of all her changes. It must give us a taste of her eternity. What is there underneath? Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. Everything, you understand? So I bring together her wandering hands. I take something at right, something at left, here, there, everywhere. Her tones, her colors, her nuances. I set them down, I bring them together. They form lines, they become objects, rocks, trees, without my planning. They take on volume, value. If these volumes, these values, correspond on my canvas, in my sensibility, to the planes, to the spots which are there before our eyes, then my canvas has brought its hands together. It does not waver. The hands have been joined neither too high nor too low. My canvas is true, compact, full. But if there is the slightest distraction, if I fail just a little bit, above all, if I interpret too much one day, if today I am carried away by a theory which runs counter to that of yesterday, if I think while I paint, if I meddle, whoosh, everything goes to pieces. Paul Cézanne, as related by Joachim Gasquet, 1921.
I've tried to understand this game and the puzzles, but I'm still at a loss. But still do enjoy to watch the streams, so... Wow. As for the first part, you're not alone. The story, if there is one, still something of a mystery. Currently I'm just trying to collect all the audio logs, which I'm very, very close to having done. So much so that I'm seriously considering what the next step is. There's one more audio log on the surface, which is very close to this location, but it might be in an area that's currently inaccessible, something I have to bear in mind. And the rest of the audio logs are underground in locations I don't know presently how to get to. Still, that was a very nice little bit of progress there. I'd be surprised if there's an audio log actually on top here that I've yet to find. Simply because I've walked through here so many times. Blimey. That's pretty impressive sculpture, actually. But that's clearly not the same rock as the mountain itself is made out of, so they actually must have sculpted a statue which was the exact right shape to fit into the exposed parts of the mountaintop and stay there. We've checked here a few times before, but it's always worth being thorough. Yeah, I've no idea where the last audio log that isn't in a cave is. The mountain doesn't count as a cave for some reason. So yeah, what to do next? That is the question. Is it round here? Yes. I think. So there's this area that I don't know how to get to, and I'd very much like to. Isn't there a bunker I've yet to discover? There's one that I know about but don't yet have entrance to. That's the one in the wreck on the... which appears to be an audio puzzle. The puzzle that's been confounding me for more than one stream at this point. But there's another one I haven't even found yet, isn't there? Yes, there. Right, where is that? Oh my goodness, perspective is going to make this a right nuisance. It's not actually far off the temple, I don't think. But this perspective is making things hard because it's at the bottom. Where is it? I just cannot figure that out. I think that's the closest I've been yet. See, when you look from over here, it looks like it is quite a long way off of the temple. That's the temple one, isn't it? Right, so it's further north than the obelisk, looks like. Now it's further south than the obelisk. Oh, it moves so much due to perspective. The one thing I can say with some degree of certainty is that it appears to be north of this bunker we've already opened. So which one's that? Good question. Very good question. That's the one in the mountain, I think. Could it be? No, that must be the one in the mountain. Oh, that one must be the one between the forest and the temple. And it's north of there. Probably slightly northeast. Well, I mean, I guess we can just start looking through that sort of region. For those that aren't aware, the lake is a little version of the entire island. It's the same shape, and based on the position of various items in the lake, you can determine where various places are in the world. That's how I've been figuring out many of the places I need to go. Right, that's probably the one that was opened. So it's northeast from here. We think. Mostly north, a little bit east. So I guess that would have us heading off in that sort of direction. But wouldn't that be towards the wreck? Which seems wrong. Because on the other side of the castle is the wreck. Where am I looking? Over here. It is actually in the direction of the wreck, which is over there, but it is much, much closer to us than the wreck is. I'd go so far as to say that it's not going to be as far as the castle, I don't think. That's interesting, that's very interesting, because it's mostly flat ground. Okay, undulating ground. It's mostly open ground. It's, it would be difficult to hide very much. On ground such as this. You'd have thought. Actually, to be fair, on this side it is quite... the visibility is quite terrible. So perhaps I spoke too soon. Was that something? Why was there a wall there? I don't mean the invisible wall. What is that? I can't go round the other way. Or can I? Perhaps it's just what the rock face looks like on that side. It looked a bit smooth for that, but that could just be artistic style. Obviously, if I saw something that straight in real life, I would conclude it had been carved. But perhaps not. I really wouldn't have thought it's even this far along. Because we don't have to go far from here. Until we hit the wreck. And we saw from the lake that this missing bunker was much, much closer to the forest than the wreck is. I think even over here is probably too far. More like it's over here somewhere. For a moment I was thinking that looked like it could be a path that I haven't discovered yet, but no such luck. It's not that, is it, that I'm seeing? Hello there. Good day to you, ma'am. It could be that. The only problem is that it doesn't open from this side. One has to imagine that there's another entrance to that place, and that wherever that entrance is where it would be marked in the lake. As I say, apart from just having a bit of a wander about, keeping a sharp eye for things, paths I may have missed, that sort of thing, it's a little difficult to know what to do next. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your message earlier. Oh, sorry, you're replying to Yisha. Yes, not sure how to proceed. If anyone in chat has any nudges as to how I would get into that bunker, I'd be quite appreciative. Is there any clue that we can see through here as to how we'd get in? It looks quite substantial. Other than just the vague sense it might be on the other side of the mountain, the point we're looking for, no, not really. That's interesting. Where does that go? Where does that lead? Goodness me. It might be nothing. But surely worth a look. Is that what we were looking at? Was that not a cable? I think that is a cable. It goes down there of all places. I don't know what to make of that. Very strange. Well, I'm a bit adrift. If there's anything in particular anyone in chat would like me to focus my attentions on, let me know. I'm certainly not sure how to proceed. There's a lot of underground audio logs right next to that laser. Which laser's that? That's probably the forest one. Again, that's more evidence that there's a lot of tunneling going up in that, around that area. If that's the bamboo forest, then the underground audio logs are almost right under the laser itself. I wonder if we can get to that the other side of the river there. There's that mysterious cable. That's odd. We were turned around. I think. We go up round this way. Ah, this is where where I was trying to get to. Oh, we did end up here, I just didn't recognise it. Oh no, we were on the other side, that's why. So the laser is right there. So the audio log should be about here, but underground. Sadly, not a shovel in sight. It's possible now I look at it in more detail that the tunnels are actually under here. Hello again, Pengy. It's wonderful to see you. Ooh. That's indicating there's a structure underneath here. But is it connected? That's a bit weird. Looking for the tunnels? Or otherwise, what are your goals? Yes. I am aware that there is a substantial tunnel network in and around the mountain. Because I've seen multiple... I've both seen multiple angles on some tunnels, such as here and here. And I have also, looking at the lake, determined where some underground audio logs must be. And when you stand at those locations above ground, there's nothing there, so... Yes, caves. But I am at an absolute loss as to how to get into them. And I would appreciate a nudge if one is available. So here's another example. I mean, this couldn't be clearer, could it? There is clearly a substantial structure under there, but it's also clear the door opens from the other side. Sure, give me a few seconds. That's very good of you, Pengy, thank you. You are right that you have found tunnels underground. Have you found anything that is not triggered enabled active? Not that I've recognised. Doesn't mean I haven't, but not that I've recognised as such. Could be another example of the sort of thing we saw when I was looking for the audio log in the monastery, of course, where it's right in front of me and apparently it just doesn't twig, but no. Not that I've noticed. Unless, of course, you mean the puzzle panel in the wreck, in which case, yes. But I'd be surprised if that's what you were thinking of. Then I think of something more for next level of nudge, but first I can say that I have seen during the stream something that is not active stroke triggered. Oh, I did notice something very odd earlier, although I don't think this is what you're referring to. There is what appears to be... Hold on, what angle do I need to be at? A charged cable that goes down here, a completely inaccessible area, and earlier on we also walked all the way up there, and we could see the cable going down, apparently charged. But again, the area is inaccessible. Very strange. Ah, no, not the wreck. Okay. Then yes, it's probably a case of I've had something right in front of my face and just not realised it. I take it you're not thinking of the obelisk, because I haven't actually finished all the environmental puzzles in the area. I think that is to open a door or something there when finishing a path. It wasn't obvious at all. I know what to look for. Oh my goodness. I hope this isn't the key. That's not the right one though, is it? It would be the one on the other side. Which is probably just as bad. I have some extra nudges, just need to think of which one is the best. No worries, take your time. The not triggered thing I was referring to was a cable. Okay. That, given that I have reason to believe it's going to be in or around the mountain, that actually makes sense why I may not have recognised it as such now. Because I may have just assumed it was some sort of vine and not realised I was looking at a cable. That's interesting. Maybe I should take my finger off of shift and go through this at a more leisurely pace. I think that cable is part of the jungle puzzles that is basically... that is basically everywhere. Oh, you mean the cable that I saw that was powered, not the cable I'm looking for? Yeah, that would make some sense. I mean, it's in the right place for that to be true. It just looked like it dropped off a cliff and went nowhere, which I thought was very odd. But it's always possible that it then reappears out of a bush or something like that. There's no auto walk button. Wait on the shift key. On the walk, whichever key you're using to walk forward, W for most people. No cables here. Morrowind used to have a walk forwards key, I remember. Sadly, I have to be off to bed. Long day tomorrow, and I do need rest to be sure. To be sure I'll manage the day. So take care everyone, good night, sleep well, thanks for streaming. You're very, very welcome, Yusha. And I hope you have a good night's sleep. Thank you for coming. Keeping a very close eye out for cables that I may have missed. Are there cables up here that I may have missed? Oh, thank you very much for the follow, The Life of Stevio. Is that a cable? It is, isn't it? But I think that's a cable that's... No, that end is activated. The other end isn't. I think we may have discovered Pengy's unpowered cable. Haven't the foggiest how I'd power it though. There's not like a puzzle underneath it is there? Underneath that crate on the bottom side. Oh my goodness. How obtuse. Oh well, that's progress. I am so glad I decided to given Pengy's hint, I decided to go up the mountain because I was doubtful that that was where I had to go. Ever thought of why there were 11 lasers when you only needed 7? I had actually, and I assumed it was relevant. I don't know, I just didn't make the connection to the crate that statue was holding. Oh, congratulations on reaching your step goal. Still, at the very least, I think I do actually know what the next bit is. I think someone's tablet will be powered now. Hey! If only I knew what those triangles even meant. This is annoying because it's not a tutorial panel, it's not going to tell me what I'm doing wrong. Now the tutorial panels are the ones spread out. Yeah, the problem is I never found the tutorial panels for the triangle shapes to be useful. I'd get them right, but I wouldn't know why they were right. Oh, this is frustrating. I don't think I stand much of a chance of getting this just with guesswork. I mean, obviously, eventually I would, but again, I've completed every tutorial panel that I've come across so far, and yet the meanings of the triangle still eludes me. Are you trying to Sorry, let me try again. Are you trying to 100% this game? I've never seen it this far in. What's this cable thing you're trying to light up? It's really interesting. I'm trying to 100% the game. Whether I'll actually be capable of it is a very different matter. The cables power various things. So you complete a puzzle and then power will continue on a little further. I don't know where this is going to go next. I just don't. But I observed much earlier on in the game that there's a panel over there on a door, which I don't have access to. There's glass in the way, and I also figured out, even though it's very dark, that there's a passageway on that side. So again, I don't know what's going to happen, but given that I also have good reason to believe there's a large interconnected tunnel system underneath this mountain, I'm predicting that when I manage to complete this this puzzle, that somewhere, like perhaps here, will open up, and then hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll have access to this large tunnel network that I've speculated exists. That's my thinking so far. Yeah, many of them are always right. There are just a few that actually will give it away, and it's hard to identify which unless pointed out. Starting up the game to see if I can find a good tutorial panel. I had no idea there were more areas and more puzzles. This is cool. Thank you for explaining it so well to me. Oh, you're very welcome. So yes, I mean the next step is I have to try and figure out what on earth these triangles mean. I think Pengy's right. The best way to do it would be to go back to the tutorial panels that I know about and see if any of them give it away. Which is a shame, since I've got this far. But I don't see another way round it. So back up we go, at least for the moment. Are you familiar with the theatre, Stevio? The theatre in The Witness. Oh, you've heard about it. Doesn't a video play there for ages? Well, there's appears to be 6 very long videos, and I currently have access to 4 of them. I'm still waiting to gain access to the last 2. Just thought I'd mention it since you didn't seem entirely aware of all the late game. I didn't know whether you'd encountered that before. At some point we'll go back there once we've have access to some more videos, but unfortunately that probably won't be tonight's stream. Right, so first priority is to find myself another tutorial panel and see if I can figure out what the rules are. No, I struggle quite a bit with the main game. And did little of the other puzzles. Well, to be perfectly honest, I would not have got through this game as quickly and easily as I have without the occasional hints from chat. So I very much appreciate that. I was wondering just, I don't know, half an hour ago or so, how long would it have taken me to complete this game if I had no access to any hints? And I honestly reckon that it could take me weeks. But it would be probably a very frustrating playthrough, because I imagine what would happen is I would have periods of very, very rapid progress where I would just get through puzzle after puzzle after puzzle, and then I would just get stuck on a puzzle for days, I suspect. Took me a while to get the triangle puzzles too, but when I got it, it's one of my favourite mechanics. Interesting. Now I do remember there was a tutorial panel in the forest somewhere. I think it's up there on that log. So if I can remember how to get onto said log, we'll be in business. Oh, I think I remember. I think there are actually... you could approach the log from two sides, but from behind was easier. I also remember this being one of those odd exceptions where you could walk up something that looks far too steep. Yes. Right, is this any help? Doesn't like that, doesn't like that, does like that. Why? Is that saying I want one? No, it can't be. What would that be? Oops. What would that be then? So the fact that it doesn't like that, but it does like that, is perhaps not that surprising. But the fact it doesn't like that, but it does like that, I do find surprising. It's almost like it wants both of these to be empty, without a path on them. But why? It's such a beautiful game and very unique. Some of the puzzles are so obtuse that it's frustrating. Oh, I couldn't agree more. There's another puzzle that I've been stuck on for... Well, I started it last stream on Saturday, and I've still not made any progress on it, which I'm finding incredibly frustrating. And I may as well show it to you because it's not far away from a location where I know there's another tutorial panel. I think you got as much as you can from that panel. Any others? Yep. I definitely know where one other tutorial panel is. That is just off the top of my head. Pretty sure I could find a few more. Yes, I definitely, thinking about it, I definitely know where at least two more are. Which is impressive with my memory. Usually I'd forget it as soon as I've turned my back. I remember where two tutorial puzzles are. Wonderful news. Okay, one of the tutorial puzzles is just round here. And then I'll show you the puzzle that I've been stuck on for a while. That's interesting. So it doesn't like that. But it does like that. I think I may have figured it out. Each triangle is telling me how many edges it wants to have lit up that is adjacent to it. So, for example, having one triangle is qualitatively different to having qualitatively and quantitatively different to having two. It's not that two is somehow do the thing that you would have done already and do it again, as it were. I suppose in a sense it is, but To say that you need to have 2 edges that are lit up is very different to saying you need 1. And to say you need 3 lit up is very different again. That also means that 4 would be impossible. I will check out at least one more tutorial panel, sorry, to make sure that it's consistent with my current theory. But I'm reasonably confident with that. I suppose not based on very much, it's just there's only so many possibilities, right? I mean, how else could you explain that strange behaviour unless it was following some very complex, unintuitive rules? Right, this is the one I've been stuck on for ages. So just, you're probably, if you've done the base game, Stevie-O, you're probably familiar with the mechanics here. But just to recap, I need to go over every hexagon. This is one of the reflected puzzles, so I can do that because there's no beam there. But if I were to go up the centre, I would meet the duplicate beam coming from there. So I'm dealing with 2 beams here, only one of which I can see. But it's also an audio puzzle. So we have a set of orange pitches, 2 of them high, 1 of them low. Well, I suppose that's more medium, but... we have a set of magenta, 1 high, 1 low. And we have a set of black ones as well. 1 low, 1 high. And I have to obviously traverse every single hexagon, taking into account the beam, and I have to get the pitches right. The question is, what do the pitches refer to? I've considered whether it could be the drips in the background, because the drips definitely vary in pitch, but the problem with that theory is how do I then match it to groups of colour? How do I know that a particular set of dripping noises is supposed to be magenta and another one orange? And I've listened to the rhythm of them. I don't think they come purely in sets of 3 and 2. It's an absolute mystery. But yeah, I've been stuck on that one a while. Behind there should be, based on my experience of the game so far, another solution to a hexagonal grid puzzle, which are the puzzles you find in the theatre to unlock new videos. So once I do get through that door, I'm pretty sure I'll have access to a new video. I imagine Pengy's probably a fair bit better than myself at the game. Where was I going? I remember I was heading off to the reflections because there's a tutorial panel on the roof of the boathouse. If I happen to walk past any of the tutorial panels you remember, Stevie-O, do let me know. What are some of your fave games? My favourite games? Ooh. Good question. I have for a long time been a massive fan of of Morrowind, The Elder Scrolls 3. I want to do that on this channel at some point, not sure when that'll be. I really do like the Myst games. That's a set of games that I've only actually ever... I played them for the first time on this channel. I think that may have been when Pengy first found my channel, I could be wrong. I do hope that the Talos Principle will be in your top 10. That's an interesting point. Because I can't deny the fact that the Talos Principle gave me many hours of entertainment. But somehow I don't have quite the same affection for it that I do for Morrowind, which is interesting. Where was I going? I determined that that panel was completely consistent with the way I thought it was working, so I need to head back up the mountain. That's the next job. I did like the Talos Principle a lot, though. Oh, Disco Elysium. That's another game that I streamed first of all, and I don't think that was a very popular game on my stream at all, probably because quite a lot of the audience I do have are puzzle game enthusiasts, and it's not a puzzle game, but I absolutely adored that game. It was one of those experiences where you finish, where you are introduced to a new game that you've never played before, and by the time you finished it, you already know this is going to be one of my all-time favourite games ever. Which, you know, I don't think is very common. I think that's how much of an impression it left. Fast travel would be fun in this game. Well, you have it with the boats, but I know what you mean. I think it would genuinely benefit from additional forms of in-world fast travel. I mean, they already have the puzzle mechanic so that they could make it so that as the player plays through the game, they gain access to fast travel, so they don't have it from the start. But for example, you could easily have a cable cart system that goes from the top of the mountain to the bottom. And to use it, you have to solve a puzzle on the top and the bottom. So you could only use the fast travel once you've been there. I think that sort of thing would work well. I agree. Oh, thank you. It's funny, I never feel like I can adequately answer a question like along the lines of what are your favourite games just off the cuff, because obviously my attention's divided as I'm streaming and you only have so much time to think about it. Whereas I feel like if I actually sat down and really thought about it, I could probably come up with a much more detailed and interesting answer. Right, what are we looking at here? Probably that. Ooh. This gets interesting. There. Hey! Oh wow, I was exactly right. Hold on, I'm just going to make a note of... I like to ask people what some of their favourite games are. Aww. Why would you do that? I have physical notes in front of me, and I paused there so that I could write down how the triangles actually work. Now I have confirmation. I think I should probably have been a little faster in walking through. But yeah, absolutely, I appreciate the question. I wasn't criticising the question. I was just pointing out that my answer was limited. So, triangles. Triangles dictate how many adjacent edges the beam must pass through. That should probably dictate exactly how many. And I agree with you, Penky. Now I've figured it out, that's actually a nice mechanic. Yeah, the only thing I regret about the note keeping is the fact that people watching the stream can't see them. I have been for a while now trying to think of a way that I can remedy that situation. Hello, hello, hello. This is interesting. This has to be separated from these three, which means all three of these edges must be active, which means I must pass from here over here. There's no other way. But if that's the case, then... oh, that's also the case here. Which means I must pass through here. There's no other way around that. I say that because once I've... is that true? Yes, it must be true. Because the only way I could get here... how do I explain this clearly? These must all be activated, which means I am creating a U shape. That is to say, I couldn't go here and then still have that in any way become activated. By the time I reach this point, I have to go here, and vice versa. If I were to reach here, I'd have to go there. And because of that, that means this point is also decided. Once I reach this point, I have to go there. There is no choice. Although, strictly speaking, I think I was wrong regarding this point, because I could do it in 2 stages. I think that is the correct way. I think the proper solution looks something like this. Hey! It would appear we have access to the tunnels! Nice, that's really good reasoning. Oh, thank you. This is a strange structure. Ah, elevator. That's what's going on there. I was thinking, why would you have a path that just ends here with another structure by it? That's an elevator. Actually, I should probably take my finger off the shift key and traverse this area a bit more slowly since it's my first time here. Hello? That's interesting, isn't it? I think that's a tri-point. Could be wrong. Where's the end? There's the end. How do I do this though? Oh, could it be something like that? No. Yeah, I think that's a tri-point. But then this bit becomes a problem. You have Hawkeyes if you can use that puzzle. Or, well, I've been doing a lot of these puzzles, so I suppose I can... I am in a good position to make out what these symbols are from afar. That's a good point. I could be wrong about the shapes. Oh, that's a good point. Those are probably stars, thinking about it. Excuse me? I beg your pardon? Oh, I see. That's what happened. It's because I'm so far away, I thought one of them just disappeared. We'll probably get a chance to come up there more closely. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was completely unnecessary. Ah, okay, yep. So no Hawkeyes here. How is that gonna work? Yeah, that does make sense now. There we go. That was completely unnecessary. Well, yeah, it was. Is this a fancy tutorial panel or just... I have no idea. Oh my goodness. I've got to admit, I am actually tempted. Although normally I would be all over those puzzles. Given that we've just reached here, and given that it's so late, I am tempted to just have a quick personal tour of this facility. And worry about the puzzles next time. I certainly think I've discovered why there were so many puzzles that were apparently still in the game that I hadn't finished. As I was speculating earlier in the stream, there was an area that I hadn't yet found that had a very high puzzle density, and that would appear to be here. Because there was like 80 or so puzzles that I hadn't yet completed. Nope, that's not going to work. Ooh. Ooh. This makes life hard. Makes life difficult. This makes life very difficult. In fact, the way I tried to handle it up there wouldn't have worked. There we go. Well, firstly, huzzah! Secondly, I had no idea the number of times I walked through here. The number of times I walked through here deliberately looking for things. Like, for example, audio logs. Not the slightest clue. Still, that is good. I love how things are hidden in plain sight in this game. Oh, how does this work? They need to pair up, don't they? That's going to be very interesting. Does that work? Yes. And now we have another way in. Wonderful. Just wondering if there's anywhere else that's going to be worth my quickly looking at. Because the thing that occurs to me is that there's underground areas in other parts of the map which we don't yet see a clear path to. Which may mean that there's multiple underground areas, or it may mean that as we complete the puzzles, more... What is that? As we complete the puzzles, more areas become available from here? That is one of those cylinder puzzles like you have at the end of the game, by the Wonkavator. You passed by it just. Why does it sound like World War II bombing outside? Oh, there it is. That one looks like it's slightly... going to be slightly more effort than I'm prepared to put in right now. That'll be a good one to start the next stream with. You mean out here? Or do you mean I'm having some sort of mic problems? Oh, I see how this works. It might be the footstep sounds. Yes, that's quite likely. One thing I really don't like about this game, and I called it out at the very start of the very first stream, no sound settings whatsoever. You cannot adjust the volume, either the master volume or anything. Normally, I spend quite a lot of time before I play a game on stream actually measuring the sound levels. Ooh, maybe we'll give that a listen. Measuring the sound levels and making sure that is appropriate, and that, you know, for example, it will both be audible, but on the other hand, it won't drown out my voice, that sort of thing. No luck with this game. I could have forced it in OBS if I had to, but yeah, just not a fan of them not making it an option in game. Even though I think in general, with some exceptions, they've done a good job of mastering the sound in this game. I found that this game lacked an ambient background sound. Oh right, I didn't think of that. I use voice meters as mixer, so I always use that as volume control. Yeah, I can turn down what is effectively the master volume from OBS itself, but the reason I don't like to do that, and it is a silly reason, but it's a reason, is because I always forget to reset it when I play a new game. The number of times that I've had a game where I've had to change the volume in OBS, and then at some point during the next game's stream someone says that it's too quiet or something like that. So yeah, that's why I much prefer, if I can, to change the volume in a game itself. But this is a good example where, for example, it would possibly want the sound effects volume turned down a bit, but keeping the volume of other things up high. But unfortunately that's not how the game works, and I have to admit, begrudgingly, that this game probably has the most well-mastered audio out of the box of any game I think I've played on stream. I'm not saying it's perfect, but genuinely I think it's the most well-mastered of the ones that I've played on stream. In terms of sound levels anyway. I think I know why they don't do it for the audio cues puzzles. Then there's no chance of turning that volume down. Yeah, but they should at least have a master volume. I mean, there's all sorts of ways they could work around that if they wanted to. But I mean, obviously it creates... The problem is, like, that doesn't help with accessibility. What if someone's deaf, for example? There are plenty of deaf gamers. They should be able to play. And ignoring that, people can still turn down a game from their system volume mixer, for example. It's not like it prevents people from changing the volume of the game. It just means that it's an extra step. They have to leave the game to do so, which is annoying. And also that assumes that the volume's going to play correctly, play at the intended level. Different people have different equipment. You don't know that what is a perfectly normal level on one PC with one audio interface isn't going to be clearly much too loud on another PC with another audio interface. Or the same PC with a different set of headphones, because of course impedance varies. Agree, definitely think the mastering is good here. Unfortunately this wouldn't work with accessibility. Also the colour puzzles. I like the cut of your jib, Robert. Oh, thank you. So let's give this a quick listen.
God bade me behold the sea, and I saw the ships sinking and the planks floating. Then the planks too were submerged. And God said to me, those who voyage are not saved. And he said to me, those who, instead of voyaging, cast themselves into the sea, take a risk. And he said to me, those who voyage and take no risk shall perish.
We've definitely heard this one before.
And he said to me,
even though we've definitely
in
not
taking
reached
the risk,
that.
there is a part of salvation. And the wave came and lifted those beneath it and overran the shore. And he said to me, the surface of the sea is a gleam that cannot be reached, and the bottom is a darkness impenetrable. And between the two are great fishes, which are to be feared.
Was this Nicola Dacusa?
Nefari,
Oh, Nefari.
circa 970.
But yeah.
What?
I'm going to the store. Do you want a sandwich or something?
You've
This
been
is
standing
new.
there for like an hour.
I didn't want to interrupt.
And I don't like sandwiches. Have you ever seen me with a sandwich? Why would you think I want a sandwich?
Sorry.
No, I need some sleep.
It's okay. We're all working hard.
I just want to read it right. We're going to be hearing this a lot of times. Every little thing matters because it gets so multiplied.
It's good. It's already good.
Thanks. Yeah. But we've kind of picked high goalposts. Every little bit matters. Oh, can you get me a coffee?
Well, that was interesting. So yes, we had definitely heard the first part of that audio before, and I remember it being very notable because it was the only piece of audio for which, after the person had finished the quote, they then went on to say something additional that seemed like it could be a slip-up. They said, "what?" And then it just cut out at that point. There was a single audio recording like that. Now we've managed to hear past that point, which is very interesting. I mean, is this some sort of meta commentary about making of the game? Or is it something else entirely? For the first time it feels like we may actually be getting some answers. Well, we'll see. Still, interesting stuff. Have I been this way yet? Yes. Indeed I have. And this way? Yes. Right. Sorry, I thought I saw something there. Suppose I didn't. Oh, that's what I saw. Just in passing, one face of that rock was a slightly different colour, and it caught my eye. Right, we'll probably stop here then for tonight. Thank you for coming, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. Oh, I'm sorry, Stevie-O. But it's quite late where I am. So yeah, next stream. Hold on, I'd probably better add a few new people to the thank you message. So we have Alexa Hart, SP, and of course we have The Life of Stevie-O. Thank you very much. Where was I? Next streams, Friday from 4 o'clock British Summer Time, Saturday from 4 o'clock British Summer Time, and then we're back round to next Monday, which I assume is going ahead, which again, 4 o'clock British Summer Time. I'll be playing The Witness until it's finished. After that, I'm hoping to play Knights of the Old Republic, which I've never played before, but I hear it's a very good RPG. After that, we have Antichamber. That's the game after that I'm hoping to play. You're BST as well, are you? So yeah, that's the streams that are coming up. I don't think I have much else to announce. I'm starting to catch up on the YouTube uploads. Yesterday I managed to get 3 streams uploaded, so I'm only a week behind now. So yeah, I think that's it. Oh, hold on. Need to thank my subscribers, of course. Thank you very much, Yisha and Pengi. Is there anyone I should be raiding? Quickly check. No, I don't think so. So, thank you for coming, everyone, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night.